right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the August 15th Planning Commission meeting. Before we get started, I'm going to read a few notes on how we conduct this meeting. This meeting of the Pacifica Planning Commission will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953, as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. The Governor of California proclaimed a state of emergency related to COVID-19 on March 4th, 2020. This teleconference meeting is necessary so that the city can conduct essential business and is permitted under Government Code Section 54953 in order to protect public health and safety of attendees. Consistent with Government Code Section 54953, this Planning Commission meeting will be held via teleconference only, and there will be no physical location open to the public. Planning commissioners and staff will teleconference into the meeting by audio and/or video. The public can observe the meeting remotely via the Zoom link as the primary means of participation, or via cable channel 26 or live stream broadcasts as alternate methods of viewing the meeting. Participation via the Zoom link will enable the meeting to be observed live and will enable the public to speak during public comment periods. The Zoom link was published in the meeting agenda. Live public comments are being accepted at this meeting. Public comments may be provided live by members of the public utilizing the Zoom link to participate in the meeting. Utilize the raise hand function in the Zoom application on a computer, smartphone, or tablet, or else enter *9 to raise your hand if dialing in by phone. Please ensure your name is correctly entered in your Zoom profile so city staff may properly identify you when it's your turn to speak. Those dialing in by phone will be called to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number, as shown in the Zoom interface. All right, with that said, can we have a roll call, please?
Chair Berman.
Here.
Commissioner Godwin.
Here.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Here.
Commissioner Leal.
Present.
Commissioner Wright.
Here.
All right. And Commissioner Leal, can you please lead us in the salute to the flag?
Sure. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Leal. And before we get into administrative business, I'll ask if there's any public comments on the administrative business that we have in front of us tonight.
There are no hands raised. And there is now one hand raised. Anna and Mr. Grinrod, just making sure that you want to speak on items that are not on the agenda as opposed to the later public annual review item. If you want to speak on the later item, please lower your hand.
Mr. Murdoch, I believe we're taking public comment now on the administrative business.
Thank you for clarifying. So if you want to speak on the administrative business items, please raise your hand again, but they've lowered their hand, which I think means they want to speak on the later agenda matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, I'll close the public comment on administrative business and move on to approval of the order of agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the order of agenda? Commissioner Hauser.
I'll make a motion to approve the order, Chair.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Leal.
I'll second that motion.
Motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Berman.
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Yes.
Commissioner Leal.
Yes.
Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right. Approval of minutes. It looks like we have none this evening. Designation of liaison to city council meeting. We have none. And now on to oral communications. So this portion of the agenda is available to the public to address the Planning Commission on any issue within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission that is not on the agenda. The time allowed for any speaker will be 3 minutes. Does anyone have a public comment or oral communication that is not agendized tonight?
There are no hands raised, Chair Berman.
All right, thank you. I'll close oral communications and move on to new public hearings. So the first new public hearing that we have tonight is file number 2022-017. It's text amendment TA-122-22, initiated by the City of Pacifica to amend various Pacifica municipal code provisions to create zoning provisions applicable to processing and issuance of outdoor commercial permits for existing commercial businesses. The recommended CEQA action is not applicable, and the recommended action is continue item to the regular meeting of the Planning Commission on Tuesday, September 6th. Can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. I am Senior Planner Bonnie O'Connor. In response to direction from City Council, staff has been working on developing a permanent ordinance to address outdoor commercial uses to replace the temporary COVID-19 outdoor activities permit that was established under a 2020 City Manager's emergency order to enable businesses to survive the economic impacts of the pandemic. Staff duly noticed this meeting for consideration of the draft ordinance. However, staff does need additional time to prepare the item for Planning Commission's consideration, and therefore request that this item be continued to the Planning Commission's regular meeting on Tuesday, September 6, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. And then I believe we have to take a vote to continue, correct, Mr. Murdoch?
Correct, as well as public comment.
Right. I guess before we move on to public comment, are there any questions from the commission? All right, seeing no hands, then I'll open public comment on this item.
No hands are raised.
All right, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for either questions or perhaps a motion to continue. Commissioner Wright.
I'd like to make the motion that we continue to staff's recommended date.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Godwin.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Berman.
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Yes.
Commissioner Leal.
Yes.
Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. On to the next new public hearing item. We have annual review of file numbers 2018-029 and 2020-020, authorizing operation of a cannabis retail operation, Seaweed Holistics LLC, selling medicinal and adult use cannabis at 450 Dundee Way, Suite 2, assessor parcel number 022-021-640. Recommended CEQA action is exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15378, and recommended action is adopt the attached resolution. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, and if you don't mind, I'll share my screen for some visuals. Okay. Good evening again, Planning Commissioners. I am Senior Planner Bonnie O'Connor. Captain Bill Glasgow is also present this evening to participate in this agenda item. The item before you is the first annual review of the cannabis retail operation known as Seaweed Holistics, which is located at 450 Dundee Way, Suite number 2 in the Rockaway neighborhood. The annual report provides an opportunity for the city to review the cannabis retail operations compliance with operational record-keeping nuisances and other requirements of the Pacifica Municipal Code. As more fully detailed in the staff report, staff found that the operation of the Seaweed Holistics is not in compliance with 6 of the 25 conditions of approval applicable to the approval of the cannabis activity permit. Most notably, the operator is out of compliance with condition of approval 9 as amended by Planning Commission's action in February 2021 related to the storefront window. Condition of approval number 18 as amended by Planning Commission in February 2021 related to payment of outstanding fees, and condition of approval number 20 related to the submittal of quarterly compliance reports to the Chief of Police. Additionally, the operation is out of compliance with condition of approvals 1, 5, and 6 because it is out of compliance with conditions of approval 9, 18, and 20. The city has provided several accommodations to this operator to assist with achieving compliance related to these conditions, including establishment of a payment plan, agreement to defer conditions, providing additional time due to personal matters, and scheduling the annual report at the latest meeting opportunity. These accommodations are in addition to the several email reminders and extra guidance that staff has provided the operator. Staff has provided this assistance with the intentions of helping the operator succeed and to be a business-friendly resource. However, the operator's lack of progress on these conditions of approval has left staff with no indication that further extensions for compliance would result in the completion of the applicable requirements by the operator. Furthermore, it was the operator's responsibility to submit the quarter reports to the Chief of Police in accordance with condition of approval 20. The cannabis retail operator is in violation of the provisions of the approval of the cannabis activity permit as demonstrated in this annual report. And as a result, the cannabis retail operation is considered a public nuisance as defined in the Pacifica Municipal Code. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission find the operation of Seaweed Holistics not to be in compliance with the requirements of the Pacifica Municipal Code or the requirements of the Planning Commission resolutions number 2019-031 and 2021-001, and therefore finds that the cannabis retail operation is operating in a manner which constitutes a public nuisance, and to direct staff to return within 60 days to conduct a public hearing regarding suspension or revocation of the cannabis activity permit CAP 8-18. That concludes my presentation, and we are available for questions.
And Chair Berman, before we transition into the next stages of this item, I did want to clarify a point of process with respect to this item. This is an annual review conducted by the city. There is no applicant. And so for purposes of public comment, if the permittee is present tonight, they would be afforded a public comment opportunity of 3 minutes, the same as all other members of the public.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Then with that said, I'll open it up to the commission for questions. Commissioner Leal.
Thank you. I just have a question on that last point. Was the applicant informed of their opportunity to provide public comment tonight? And it was on the agenda for tonight's meeting?
Yes, they were. They were informed of the meeting date and the opportunity that they'll be provided 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Commissioner Wright.
I have a couple of questions. Are they present? Well, I guess would be my first question, because I'd be very interested in hearing from them prior to a number of other questions, but my questions are moot if they're not here.
So I do not see any meeting attendees that are registered under the name of the permittee in this instance. There are individuals that may be interested to speak, and someone's raised their hand now. So that could be the permittee potentially.
Yes, I did see the hand raise right when Commissioner Wright asked that question. So I think we could presume that the operator is present.
And additionally, I would like to, with the consent of everyone else, I'd like to afford them the opportunity to speak for more than 3 minutes, since this is has such a major bearing and impact on their business. I don't think that it would be fair to limit them to the same amount of time as public comment. But I leave that to my fellow commissioners.
I think that's a good suggestion, Commissioner Wright. I'm wondering if the city attorney's office has any input on whether that's possible.
So as Mr. Murdoch said, this is a standard annual report that we would prepare for other cannabis activity permittees. So there's no need to provide more opportunities for public comment. If the Planning Commission wants to proceed with a suspension or revocation hearing, then the permittee would have an opportunity to speak at that proceeding as well. However, with that said, it is always within the discretion of the chair to provide more time to a speaker if that is warranted or with something that the Planning Commission desires to do.
And so Chair Berman, as Ms. Bizzano mentioned, you have some flexibility as staff scheduled this item, recognizing this is the first annual review of a cannabis activity permittee where we found the application not to be in compliance. We did anticipate this might feel unusual. We had indicated in our preparations that they would be allowed to make a statement of 3 minutes consistent with other members of the public, but that the commission might enter into an extended period of questioning following the public comment period. So that would give them an opportunity to engage constructively. And as Ms. Bizzano mentioned, in the event the commission does initiate the revocation or suspension hearing, they would be afforded up to 10 minutes as an applicant, given that it's an action directly related to the permit in question.
So then logistically, does that, if the commission desires to allow the permittee, I'll call them, to come to speak for more than their public comment 3 minutes, are we able to allot that time to them before opening public comment, or does that have to be after public comment?
So I would wait and open up it for public comment. And if they choose to speak, they can speak. If they need more time, they can make that request. Or if planning commissioners have questions of them, they can, through the chair, make those questions. So there's flexibility in the proceedings today if that need occurs and within the chair's discretion.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the commission on that topic? All right. Commissioner Wright.
I would have a number of questions, but I really would like to reserve those for after I hear from the applicant.
Okay, thank you, noted. Are there any other questions for staff before we open public comment? All right, then seeing no hands, I'll open the public comment period.
Thank you, Chair Berman. There is one hand raised, and I will get our timer set up and then call on this first speaker, which will be Anna and Mr. Grinrod. All right, so we are encountering some technical issues with the Zoom application. It's indicating that the particular version of Zoom used by our first speaker does not allow them to talk as a regular member of the public. And so I will need to promote them to panelists to allow them their 3-minute comment opportunity, and then we'll return them to the meeting as a participant until the point that the commission wants to engage in further dialogue. So we will need to wait just a moment for them to rejoin the meeting as a panelist. So Anna and Mr. Grinrod, please go ahead for the start of your 3-minute comment period.
Christian, if you don't mind, could I just ask a question before I start?
That will be up to the discretion of the meeting chair.
Yes, please ask your question.
Mr. Grinrod is here with me today, and we are sharing the link that you sent us, Christian sent us. Would it be okay when if he could also have a 3 minutes, just using the same link later when the time comes?
Yes, we typically operate that way, and I'm sure Mr. Murdoch has taken no exception to that this time. Is that correct?
That's right. The 3 minutes is per speaker, not per account. And so if there are additional individuals on a single account, they just need to identify themselves separately.
And would I just raise the hand again later when that time comes?
Yeah, and if it pleases Chair Berman, we can just transition directly into Mr. Grinrod's 3 minutes following your remarks.
Okay.
All right, and just one administrative point. We do have all speakers participate with the video off unless they're an applicant. So I'm going to stop your video so that everyone has an even participation opportunity. So please go ahead, Anna, if you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm here with Mr. Grinrod, our landlord, to address the subject at hand. Out of the 25 outlined conditions of approval, 6 that you deem me non-compliant primarily resolves around the modification of my storefront window and a discontinued quarterly reporting to the chief of police. While it was not my intention to fall behind on this requirement to the chief, I have had extremely extenuating circumstances that have prevented me from operating my business and ultimately my personal life as I have. Our family has suffered 4 tremendous losses last year, beginning with both of my parents passing within 3 days of each other in April. Their being in the Philippines at the time created additional difficulties that I could not have foreseen. I could not leave for the Philippines until August, and conditions necessitated a longer stay because of COVID. Meanwhile, my husband was in Atlanta attending to his mother's fast deteriorating health and ultimately lost her to cancer in November. Following her, Tony's sister passed away in December, all the while trying to maintain his own health. My business and its compliance were never too far out of mind during this time, as it has passed both inspections from HDL and the state of California's Department of Cannabis Control in December last year and February this year, respectively. I'm here to formally ask that the ordinance item requiring me to modify my already amply sized window be stricken from the cannabis public safety license requirement altogether. And accordingly, the same for the fees associated with my request to defer the meeting it. Enlarging my window, the minute measurement it is lacking, will not provide any more safety to my business, its employees, and customers. The way our premises face out, it would not matter if the whole facade was glass. One would still not be able to see inside, even with all the lights on, because of the glare. The police department literally has the ability to see inside so much clearer with their access to our camera systems that capture every square inch of the establishment, as it is the whole reason for the window requirement in the first place. I'd like us to consider this too. The ordinance as a whole was established several years ago. Things are dramatically so different now that to me, having a bigger window poses a higher security risk for my business when you think of the number of break-ins we hear about for cannabis retailers around in the Bay Area. We have tried to come up with a viable solution to comply with this requirement, and we just keep ending up with, it is impossible to attempt modification that will not yield the ultimate result desired. I'll leave it up to Mr. Grinrod to explain in better detail, but I'd like to add lastly that I have met other obligations imposed on me over the last couple of years and have been operating without incident. Thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank Thank you, Anna. We are ready to transition to Mr. Grinrod if he's ready to speak.
Good evening, folks. One of the owners of the building, and I designed the building. It's a little over 30 years old. And my understanding is that there's just a slight increase in the length of the window to meet the somewhat arbitrary requirements of the ordinance that require a certain percentage of the linear frontage to be glazed, and maybe there's a square footage requirement too. But that window that you see in the photo is 8 feet wide by 6 feet tall, and then there's a good sized hunk of glass on the front door. If that window has to be removed and that opening widened by a foot or two, whatever it's going to take, it's going to trigger a total re-engineering of the building. The building's a wood frame, wood shear wall building, and the codes have become quite a bit more stricter with respect to the earthquake forces that wood frame buildings have to resist. So there would have to be another system, some metal shear walls, since they won't be as wide as they are, or a moment frame, which would require alterations to the foundation. For the little benefit to the police department, it's very expensive. Anna has gotten an estimate for the trim work and glazing work for a bay window from a local window contractor. I think it's Style Glass, Anna, of $45,000, and that's just kind of, you know, the frosting on the cake. The structural work would probably be double that, and I suppose that the folks could get some estimates from contractors, but it's just not a small matter for the slight benefit that would accrue to the police department. And I understand the cops want to get a good look inside to make sure there's no illicit activities going on. And apparently, I guess the understanding is that they don't have to get out of their car and they can look in. Right behind us here is I guess Coastside Cannabis that's in a little alley, and the police can't look in from the street. And it's just going to be distressful to the building, hurtful to the folks. I don't think they can afford that kind of money, and I'm not interested at all in that building getting torn up for the minor benefit that would accrue. So anyway, thank you very much, folks.
Thank you. And now just another administrative point, Anna and Mr. Grinrod, I'm going to return you to meeting attendees, and then we will go on to the next speakers. The next speaker is Peter Loeb. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Peter Loeb. I've lived in West Rockaway here for 47 years. I'm going to repeat what Anna and Ron Grinrod have just said, but as I understand it, the rationale for the requirement for the window size is so that the police can see in from the street. Well, there's another cannabis store less than 100 yards away that cannot be seen into from the street. It's down an alley, a small sidewalk. You have to go walk down the sidewalk to find the place to look in. So that this rationale that the reason for the window requirement is so that the police can see in from the street is nonsense. It's not true. If there's another cannabis store that doesn't meet that requirement, this just doesn't make any sense to me. And I walk my dog in the neighborhood at least once a day, and I'm going past the other cannabis store, and I see people looking at their phones, and they're trying to find out where the place is. They cannot see it from the street. Whereas with Seaweed Holistics, I go by there every day, and it's you can look into the window. It's a huge window, and this requirement that it be somewhat bigger, the rationale for that being that the police have to see into it from the street, that doesn't make any sense, because that clearly doesn't apply to the other cannabis store. What's going on here? There's some kind of there's some kind of false rationale that these people are being forced to deal with. And as Ron Greenrod has just said, that it's going to require structural modification to the building. That's just nuts. That's a ridiculous requirement. And I think from reading the staff report, a lot of the compliance issues stem from the fact that the business owners cannot make the modification in the window that's being required. But this modification, that requirement does not seem to apply to other cannabis businesses. I cannot make sense of this. It just does not seem right. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Ann Crow. Please go ahead. Ann Crow, you are muted. Please unmute yourself, and then you can begin to speak.
And you're still on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Okay. I frequent Pacifica every day. I live in San Francisco. And I often go by Rockaway, and I can see in the window, and I am aware when I do go in to purchase something in Seaweed that they have cameras all over the place in compliance with the police. So I have to second the idea that it doesn't make any sense why one cannabis business is required to completely reconstruct a building to somehow make the police feel better about the business, whereas the other cannabis businesses, some of them are on Palmetto. They have windows. Nobody, the police, as far as I'm aware, did not ask them to reconstruct their buildings in order to be in compliance. So I would ask that that this be rethought and possibly reconsidered, because the business itself is very helpful for the community. There are people of all ages, 20, 21 and up to 103 who benefit from the things that are being sold there. So to throw the baby out with the bathwater is not a good idea. Please show some compassion for this business and consider revisiting that idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. There are no other hands raised, Chair Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. I'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission. And as we discussed, if the commission would like, we can ask the permittee to come speak for more time. Commissioner Hauser.
I have a few questions, but I want to let Commissioner Wright ask his. But before he does, I wanted to ask one clarifying question to staff so that I have a little bit of context as we're hearing these answers. My understanding from the staff report, and I want to be corrected if I'm not understanding this correctly, is the question that we're entertaining tonight is whether or not the business that we're looking at is in compliance with their conditions of approval. And that at a subsequent hearing, if we say that they're not in compliance at a subsequent hearing, then there would be more of an open forum on, do we revoke the permit or do we change conditions of approval at another meeting of the Planning Commission? Am I correctly understanding that?
Yes, you are, Vice Chair Hauser. Tonight's scope of review is to weigh all of the evidence and the facts to determine whether or not this operator is in compliance with the required conditions of approval and other general Pacifica municipal code provisions that are applicable to this type of land use, in this case, a cannabis retail operation.
Okay, so just to restate, tonight's question is binary. Are they in compliance? At a future hearing, if we determine they're not, that is more of a open kind of forum to kind of figure out the solution.
Correct. The subsequent revocation or suspension hearing that staff has recommended that the Planning Commission initiate would be the question of what's the sanction or what's the consequence should the commission find that the operator is out of compliance tonight.
I appreciate that clarification, and I will reserve my questions until after Commissioner Wright has had his turn.
Before passing it to Commissioner Wright, because it relates to Commissioner Hauser's question just now. So if the commission determines that the permittee is not in compliance with the COAs, and then we review it further at a future meeting, is the permittee, the operator, allowed to continue operation until that meeting?
Yes, there's no action the commission can take tonight that would cause a cessation of the use within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. Quick question for staff. In the event that we continue this agenda item for 2 weeks for some good cause, would that be an acceptable thing, or would we be in violation of the 1-year review? Are we mandated by code to make a decision tonight?
The commission has flexibility to continue tonight's item should they need further time or additional information to accomplish their task, which is to determine compliance.
And I also had a question for both for staff, I guess, in a general term. Do you feel that as far as the fenestration is concerned, that they are in compliance with the spirit, although not the letter, or do you feel that they are out of compliance in both the spirit of the law and the letter of the law?
Well, I think I would answer your question, Commissioner Wright, by saying the City Council adopted a standard for the window design along the storefront. And the evidence we have is objective that they are not in compliance with the standard.
And then additionally, I did look at the building, and first thing I thought of was the whole structural issue. And I saw the expense of that. It may be that this isn't the best location for this type of business. However, I did have a couple of other questions, particularly for the landlord. Did they consider adding more fenestration underneath the existing panel inside those bays so that they leave the structural elements to the left and right of the window alone? And would that put them in compliance? Additionally, if they added a side light on the side of the door and made the door all glass, would that also put them in compliance with the proper percentage of square footage of the front of the store? Have they given that consideration? I mean, it's not up to us to design it for them, but those were just a couple of ideas that I had just from observing the front of the building. Does staff have any input on whether that may make sense or not?
Senior Planner O'Connor, do you have familiarity with what options may have been considered?
I can't speak to too much of all the alternatives that they considered. That would probably be a best question answered for them. What I can tell you is that we have encouraged them to be creative of how to resolve this issue. And I know that at one point, the chief of police was open to them installing a bay window to meet the dimension requirements. And so in short, I think your question is probably best answered by the operator. But from staff's point of view, we have encouraged some creative thinking of how to address this requirement.
Right. And to say it a different way, staff has not insisted on a particular solution. We have the standard adopted in the municipal code that we would review any particular design or solution against. And so we are open to potential options.
Yes, I want to be clear too. I appreciate staff's position and I actually tend to agree with it. I am looking for an excuse. I think it's pretty apparent to not go along with staff's recommendation and perhaps postpone a little bit to give them a little more time to deal with some of the delinquencies and deficiencies, or at least come up with a better plan. I was hoping that I would hear that they had submitted their quarterly reports and paid their fees already before the start of this meeting. That was my hope for this. So I guess I would like to hear from them what options they have considered besides having to reframe the whole front of the building, why it is that they can't enlarge that doorway a little bit, put a side light on there to gain compliance. I'd like to hear from the police if they feel like they have enough vision as they drive by as well. I guess those are a couple of questions that I would like to hear the answers of, and I would love, just let me know. Thank you.
I guess let's start with the question for the police department. So Mr. Glasgow, do you mind answering some of Commissioner Wright's questions?
Captain Glasgow, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry, I'm unaware of any conversation as to options for a bay window or things like that. I did not follow up with Chief Style regarding that. However, as Director Murdoch has stated, these parameters are approved and granted by the City Council, and based on what I'm hearing and seeing, they have yet to remediate that window front, which I believe is going on several years now. So I don't have much more than that.
Commissioner Wright, did you have any follow-up questions for Captain Glasgow?
Have there been any incidents there? Have there been any disturbances? Is there any other additional reason for concern besides compliance with these codes?
No, we haven't reported out any significant incidences relating to that business.
In terms of being compliant with the spirit of the law, they had brought up another cannabis store. Would you say that they are less well, I guess that's a subjective, that's not really a fair question for you. I guess that's all the questions I have for the chief.
Chair Berman, if you would, I may have a response to the question that Commissioner Wright was trying to formulate.
Please.
So with respect to the other cannabis retail operations that have been approved and are operating, those along Palmetto and the other in Rockaway Beach, the city did review each of those businesses prior to their operations commencing, review those storefronts for compliance with this window and storefront standard that we're discussing tonight. And in each instance, the buildings either complied based on their existing design, or in the case of the other operator in Rockaway Beach, actually had to undertake extensive storefront facade renovations at great expense to comply with the Pacifica Municipal Code requirement in this regard. And so we have established a level playing field and have objectively, fairly, and uniformly applied the standard adopted by the City Council. And in instances where we've determined that a storefront would not comply, have forced the operators to undertake great expense and effort to achieve compliance in order to comply with the municipal code.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Commissioner Hauser?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask staff if the calculation for the glass was consistent. What I just heard Mr. Murdoch say is that there's some level of consistency in the municipal code. Is that a percentage of frontage, or how is that calculated?
So the provision in question, it's outside of the zoning code. It's in the public safety license standards in Title 4, Chapter 16 of the municipal code. And what it says is that the front facade, i.e. storefront, shall be primarily glass, with glass occupying at least 45% of the entire storefront and 60% of the horizontal length of the store. And then there are some other standards prohibiting, window tinting or other obstructions that would affect views into the space. So there's a surface area and there's a horizontal linear component.
Okay. There was a lot of discussion about intent for the police to drive by. Is that the intent? The police can drive by without getting out of their car and look in?
So I worked very closely with former Police Chief Steidel in crafting the cannabis regulations. It was a two-part regime, a zoning component and a public safety license component. And in preparing those standards with respect to the storefront, there was more than one objective. I'll put it that way. Certainly making ease of visual inspection for the police department was one component. For a general sort of police officer on the beat type of periodic inspection. There are other components as well in the event of a particular incident, for example, that the police need to have the ability to have extensive, in the heat of the moment, if you will, visual access into the space so they can evaluate the situation. And so there's more than one public safety objective from the storefront window standards that I think cannot be adequately replaced simply through a live feed. Camera feed, for example.
Okay. And this, you mentioned that this is the only cannabis business that we've had that hasn't been in compliance. How many, I know that we've reviewed this at Planning Commission, but how many years has this particular business not been in compliance?
I believe they commenced operations in fall of 2020. Ms. O'Connor can correct me if my facts are incorrect. And the city has gone to great lengths to provide flexibility, additional time for compliance and so forth. But we have no way to navigate around this annual review requirement and objectively evaluating the circumstances.
So then I think I have one more process question. If we find tonight that they're not in compliance, which I think everyone has agreed to, including the applicant who, or not the owner who spoke as a member of the public, when we do have this follow-up hearing that we've all referenced, the options could include the commission and staff and the then future applicant working together to find a different creative solution.
Well, the standard in question is not subject to the Planning Commission's discretion. And so determining a solution is really, I would say, a staff level review for technical compliance. Not necessarily, the Planning Commission typically would not engage in design of a business's storefront, for instance, to comply with the code.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think I'm not properly conveying what I'm trying to ask. If we make an assertion tonight that they're not in compliance, can the commission direct staff, or can staff that would staff just themselves work with the applicant before the next hearing to come back with a recommendation other than just revoke the permit? Will we be presented with options at the next hearing?
Well, at this point, I'm not sure what options there are other than for the business owner to achieve compliance with the municipal code standard. And the means of accomplishing that compliance are really technically specific to the building and the structural engineering considerations that might apply. And Ms. Bizzano may have more to add.
I just wanted to add that the municipal code process relating to the annual review contemplates a forwarding of the permit essentially to the Planning Commission for consideration of a revocation or a suspension if the permittee is out of compliance. Those are the two options that are contemplated by the municipal code.
Got it. Okay. That was the answer I was looking for. Thank you, Ms. Bizzano. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
I believe Ms. Bizzano answered this, but I'm going to ask it a little more directly, just in case there's any hidden implication anywhere. So if the commission tonight determines that the shop owner is out of compliance with any of these COAs, but specifically COA number 9, and then we meet again in the future to discuss where we go from here, is it at all within the Planning Commission's jurisdiction to effectively say that this particular shop owner has gone through great lengths and we can remove this condition of approval? Is that in our jurisdiction in the future?
No. The requirement to comply is in the Pacifica Municipal Code. There's no optionality to it. The sanction for that, I would say, is in the commission's discretion, but they need to make a well-reasoned determination on the appropriate consequence, if any, that's based on the evidence that's presented. And so the commission may be able to consider if there are any factors that play into the ability or the timing and maybe warrant additional time. I think that's within the commission's discretion. It's staff's assessment that the more time that's given hasn't necessarily aided compliance in this regard. And I think the last point is that we are focusing on the window at this point in time, but there are other components such as payment of fees, for instance, that are also out of compliance. And any single condition of approval that's out of compliance should support a finding that the operation is not operating consistent with the requirements of the approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Chair Berman, if I could just add on. So as indicated, the requirement for the windows is codified in the municipal code. And the only way that that can change is through an amendment to the code that would be done by the council.
Thank you, Ms. Bizzano. Commissioner Wright?
Is it possible for me to ask a question of the permit holder?
Yeah, and I think at least I am certainly interested to hear from the permit holder as well. I figured, because we'll probably give them a certain amount of time to speak, that perhaps we could list out all of our questions so then they can address each of those questions during that time. Commissioner Hauser, did you have anything that you wanted to talk about before we ask the permit holder to speak?
I just wanted to clarify when Mr. Murdoch said that there are fees that were owed, if the amount of fees that are delinquent could be disclosed.
Yeah, I can speak to that one. It's detailed in the staff report. Currently, the outstanding fees for the original processing of the cannabis activity permit, the processing of the deferral agreement, and the processing of the amendment of the cannabis activity permit has resulted in outstanding fee of $25,952.82. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wright?
Are there any other cannabis operations that are also behind on fees and paperwork? Are we enforcing this equally? I know they haven't come up with their yearly review, but I'm just trying to get a sense for how pervasive it is industry-wide.
So I would answer that question by saying before we allow a operation to commence, we go through the conditions of approval, and the payment of outstanding fees prior to commencement of operations is a standard condition that I believe to be included in each of the cannabis activity permits. So ensuring that that condition was closed out would be a required step before providing the operator approval to begin. In this case, like as mentioned in the staff report, we entered a deferral agreement to delay that to after operation. So that's why this operator is in a unique situation.
Commissioner Wright, did you have any other questions?
I have one further question. Am I misinterpreting it? But if we find them out of compliance tonight, are we essentially killing them? As opposed to if we table this for 2 weeks, it could buy them enough time to perhaps come back to us with at least filing their paperwork and paying their fees and having a solution for us before we have to take a vote on this kind of thing. Is that an incorrect interpretation of what I'm hearing?
Well, Commissioner Wright, should the commission decide tonight that the operation's out of compliance and initiate the suspension or revocation hearing, that would be the first step towards a potential revocation or suspension that would discontinue this particular cannabis retail operation. I would note that should the commission go that route, the applicant would have up to 60 days to achieve compliance in a way that they haven't demonstrated their ability or willingness to do despite the extensive time to date. However, I'm not sure what difference 2 weeks will make because there's really no conceivable way for them to obtain a building permit or to complete the renovations within 2 weeks. So some additional period of time, which would be provided by perhaps the 60-day scheduling for the revocation hearing could be appropriate as well.
The only issue I have is that I just ordered a set of week windows that are like 16 weeks out. So I have a little bit of concern about whether they'll be able to comply, even if they had a solution, we're able to apply for the permit now to even get the fenestration that they need in time to be in compliance before we shut them down. So.
Well, I'll note that the deferral agreement actually provided for delays associated with sourcing of the windows. And so I think it's a different issue at this point in time with respect to compliance and perhaps identifying a suitable design.
Commissioner Wright, did you have anything else?
Oh, just for the
permit.
Yeah.
Okay, noted. Commissioner Godwin?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on Commissioner Wright's question. I did look into the cannabis industry's sales statistics over the last few years in preparation for this meeting. That industry has had unusually high sales and has been unusually profitable over the last 2 years. They're one of the few industries that's done really well during the COVID pandemic. So, they're in as financially a great position as they're likely to ever be in. I don't know about this particular operator, but the whole industry is really doing extremely well from a financial point of view, much better than they thought a few years ago.
Commissioner Leal?
Thank you, Chair. In reviewing the agenda packet, I just have, I think, 2 clarifying questions. One is in reviewing the prior Planning Commission's approval, the minutes for approval of this permit, I just have a clarifying question around, was this business or owner operating a cannabis business out of compliance with the Pacifica Municipal Code prior to receiving a cannabis permit by the City of Pacifica?
Yes, and I don't know, maybe Ms. Pisano can speak to that, or Captain Glasgow, but there is some history there.
Yes, as I recall, there were some compliance issues prior to the the issuance of the cannabis activity permit, but we've sort of moved beyond that phase. And now we're really just looking at the conditions of approval for the cannabis activity permit and whether they're in compliance with those conditions, which also include provisions of the municipal code compliance.
Understood. Thank you. And then my second question is around just has the Pacifica Municipal Code changed related to the window size in discussion here tonight since the permit has been approved for the business in question?
No.
Okay.
That Windows storefront standard is the same as went into effect, I believe, in 2017 with the city's first enactment of the cannabis regulations.
Okay, thank you.
And Chair Berman, if I might add, it's also the, it was the condition of approval that required compliance with the window provisions, but there was also an agreement wherein the permittee agreed to comply with those provisions requiring the window replacement or renovation. So I would just point out that it's not just the condition of approval, it's also the deferral agreement where the permittee agreed to make those changes in, pursuant to a schedule and has not complied.
Ms. Fasano, just touching on that, when was the deferment agreement executed? Oh, you're on mute.
I'd have to check the staff report. Ms. O'Connor, do you know that question offhand?
I want to say, I'll have to check the staff report as well.
Yeah, and while you look, just a little background on why I'm asking. If the agreement were signed pretty soon after the condition of approval was conditioned to the project and the permits were issued, I'm wondering if the applicant even knew the infeasibility of extending the window or meeting this requirement, in which case it may have been just due diligence that wasn't done prior to the agreement execution.
And Chair Berman, it looks like September 2020 is the date of the deferral agreement was executed. And this cannabis retail operation was initially permitted in September of 2019. And so there was a lengthy period, in my opinion, for the evaluation of the feasibility, noting that storefront window requirement was enacted in 2017. The applicant subsequently filed an application for this particular location, subsequently was granted one, roughly 2 years later, and had a year from granting of the permit to execution of the deferral agreement to evaluate feasibility, and now is nearly 2 years beyond execution of the deferral agreement, still without seemingly a concrete solution as to how to address the storefront window requirement.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hauser.
Mr. Murdoch, am I correct in recalling that there's a limited number of permits available, of cannabis permits, like 7 permits available for the whole city?
You're correct. The number is 6 cannabis retail operations. There are not numerical limits on the 2 other types of cannabis operations, right, manufacturing and testing.
And do we know if we have, is there a wait list?
I'm not aware of a wait list. Captain Glasgow may know if there are other individuals who have recently undergone what's known as the phase 1 review, such that they would be eligible to proceed if a license became available. But more to the point, the city has issued all available cannabis retail operation permits at this point in time. And there are numerical limits overall for the city, as well as numerical limits within the overlay zones themselves.
Thank you.
There is only one cannabis license in the phase 1 at this point.
I mean, my sentiment is that I guess, Chair, I'll wait until everyone's done asking their questions.
Chair Hauser, and I think at least some of us, and I would like to give the store operator an opportunity to speak again. So I have a pin in that. Commissioner Wright?
I had a couple of other questions. The fees that are due, how much of those fees are related to the whole window issue and how much are outside of that? I'm just trying to get a feel for what is driving the non-compliance from their side.
So the $25,000 value that I detailed earlier is not associated with the window costs at all. That is outside of the window improvement and only associated with staff and city costs with processing their cannabis activity permit and their deferral agreement.
And then I had one other follow-up question to something completely different. I know in the city, because I spend a lot of time dealing with real estate issues there, and one of the neighborhoods that I deal with a lot of property on, the cannabis providers there actually go out and sweep the streets in the whole neighborhood and do a lot of real public good. Is there any public good that comes out of this establishment other than fees and tax revenue that would be lost in the event that we find them out of compliance and start them on the road to a suspension or revocation of their permit?
There's no required community benefit component to the city's cannabis permitting. As to what private activities this business owner may undertake in terms of community involvement, charitable giving, or whatnot, they would need to detail that. That's information that the staff does not have.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands at the moment, I'd like to give the store operator an opportunity to speak. And Mr. Murdoch, is this something where we can allocate them however much time we would like, or can you direct us on this?
So I would defer to Ms. Bizzano as to what the appropriate guidelines to be considered should be.
Madam Chair Berman, I would recommend that instead of giving them a set amount of time, that the planning, you reopen the public comment period to allow the permittee to speak, to answer questions of planning commissioner, to speak to answer the questions of the planning commissioners. And then the planning commissioners can ask those questions and get responses, and thereby allowing the permittee more time to provide information, but leaving it to the planning commissioners to ask those questions necessary to make a decision.
Thank you. Then I will do just that, and I'll open up the public comment period again to allow the store operator the opportunity to speak to some of the questions that we already had, but then also to engage in a dialogue with the Planning Commission where if we have subsequent questions, they can address them as well.
Terrific. And Chair Berman, as with the earlier comment period, I will need to promote the applicant or the permittee to a panelist, but I will then turn off the video and then you can engage in the dialogue.
Thank you.
Ms. Leonia Williams, can you please confirm that you're able to speak?
I am.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for this additional time. I would like to address everything that you have mentioned here. If I may, I'd like to start from the very beginning here. When this whole thing started, some of these operators have already been in existence and operating before. A couple of them have had their storefronts, already, like the Fog Center. It just so happened, I don't know if they had to enlarge their window, but it's just so happened they met those specifications already. The other ones, the other three that I'm thinking of, Lit, Bloom Room, and Coastside, they were all, brand new plans, basically, that was able to accommodate those specifications that you had that you have in the ordinance. For us, we were an existing storefront already, and I wish that whoever came up with these ordinances had taken that into consideration. So that put us behind the ball already from there. And the next point I wanted to make was, remember that we opened during COVID. And when we asked for a deferment, we knew that the amount of money that it was going to take for us to meet this requirement, and we very much wanted to comply. There's no doubt about that. But we didn't know how much it was going to take for us to comply when we asked for the deferment. When we asked for the deferment, yes, we asked Dial Glass to come out and do give us a quote based on what we were thinking of, of doing. And what am I trying to say? We asked them to give us a quote on what we thought would meet the requirement. But every time that we asked for a quote, for a different quote, it just came back to this is almost impossible outside of tearing down the whole building and starting from scratch. Mr. Grinrod had already explained in a short and condensed form how difficult it would be,
Yeah.
but I lose my place. And to the point that Commissioner Godwin gave about the cannabis industry doing so well, I'd like to be part of that number. But unfortunately, I'm not. And I don't know where he got his information, but as a whole, in California, the cannabis industry is not doing well. Even the governor had given some kind of, I want to say $100 million to help the industry come out of its hole. And they are not getting the revenue that they thought we would be able to give them. If somebody would like to give me another question, I'm happy to answer them, but.
Thank you, Anna. Commissioner Wright, I know you had a few questions. Do you want to ask them now?
Yes, in terms of the percentage of the front of the building, it seems to me that using the existing header, therefore maintaining the existing structural integrity of the front of the building, if they added a small window underneath of tempered or laminated glass underneath the existing 8-foot window, they could perhaps pick up an additional 8 square feet of glass there. And if they enlarged the opening size of the door a little bit and added a side light on the side of the door and made it 100% glass door, in the permit holder's opinion, would that then bring them into compliance? And is that something that they considered in their process in terms of trying to comply with this code? And we'll start there.
Go ahead, Anna.
From my understanding, if we made the door all glass, it would still not meet the requirement. It would still be short a little bit.
And that's what I meant by adding a side light.
I don't know what a side light is, sir.
You have the operating portion of the door that would be 100% glass, and then there'd be a small, almost window-like structure, the same height as the door, right next to it.
Well, that would be the part that would require re-engineering, because the wall that you are referring to is it's about 3 feet long. I mean, 3 feet wide. And if we took any more of that, it would jeopardize the structure of the whole front of our building, because that whole glass is not going to carry the weight of the building.
I guess I would also ask that very same question of the landlord.
Yeah, hi. with my scarce 3 minutes trying to explain, it's a wood frame shear wall construction. And as soon as you touch the shear walls, you know, you kind of open up a can of worms with the engineer. And
but that's not a shear wall around the door, is it?
if you see the photo on from the street on the right side, that's not a shear wall. It's too narrow. On the left, I think we have about 5 feet of shear wall. Go across the window to the far left side of the building, and there's a 3-foot shear wall. 3 foot is really kind of marginal in terms of wood frame plywood shear walls. To then cut into to put a side light, it's 1.5 feet probably. You'd have to shorten the that shear wall that's between the door and the window, and that just you start from scratch with the engineer, and the codes have, you know, you have to meet current code, and they've become much more restrictive for earthquake forces in the last 30 years. And the replacement shear walls or system, whether it be a moment frame with steel or steel shear walls, require tremendously large hold downs, much larger than what are in there now, and it just requires reworking the foundation too. And I just keep thinking, what does it take to change or tweak the original requirement, which was arbitrary? And I don't blame anybody. Folks were trying to figure out what would work, but Anna made a very good point. It's an existing structure, and it's a nice looking little existing structure. The place that's you know, up on the alley across the street had virtually no openings, and so when they walked into it, they knew they were going to have to get in and take care of business, but they didn't have to you know, wreck up a nice little building. I designed that building. I worked on it with my partners, and it was redevelopment, and we did a hell of a job, and a lot of people really like what we've done down here in Rockaway. I've designed 3 projects in Rockaway, and it just seems that, you know, everybody's spending a lot of time talking about you know, staff is very professional in the way they look at this, and the city engineer, but how about just common sense? What does it take to maybe tweak the original requirements? And to put a window down low, what, the cop's going to walk up and get down on his hands and knees and look in that window? I guess it could maybe be done, but how does that help anybody? It's very expensive to do this project. And it's gotten more expensive since I was originally brought into the picture. Construction costs have gone nuts during the COVID era here.
Can I ask a follow-up question quickly?
Yes.
So, to the right there on that portion, the right of the door, the portion that you're saying is about 18 inches long.
Yeah.
Now, I thought I heard you say that is not something that is functioning in a sheer capacity.
Well, that's true enough, yes.
And is there a reason you couldn't put the side light on that side of the door, sir?
Well, the return wall that goes the depth of the building is a 6-inch wall, and I don't think you get much of a side light in there, and it looks at the stairway that goes upstairs. You know, if you were to come down and look at that window in the evening when the lights are on, man, you can see everything inside that store. And
do you understand that that's not the question that we're considering tonight, right? We're not in charge of making that rule. Our decision tonight is, are you in compliance or not?
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to me like, even in trying to offer some possibilities, that you're looking for a way to be in compliance, you're looking for a way to change the rules. And I don't think you understand the gravity of the decision that we're about to make. And I want to make sure that you understand that prior to rendering a decision.
Well, I'm not involved in business. I'm the building owner, and I just wish that there could be some creative way to give these folks a break. I followed their turmoils with the city, and I don't know. I asked Anna to maybe make a list of how many tens of thousands of dollars these folks have paid to the city, and they will pay their fees. The fees that are remaining on these conditions of approvals are minor issues compared to this window thing, and it's hard for them to dump more money into this if they can't see their way financially to do the repair on the window. It's an existing building, and it's just difficult. I don't know what else to tell you, folks. It's just,
I have another follow-up question for Anna.
Yeah.
I had heard from a number of clientele who were aware that this was coming tonight, and it seemed to me like what I was hearing from them, and I'd like Anna to verify this. Do you serve a particular special type of clientele? Is there something that makes you unique and different and special, and a reason?
Yes, sir. I'd like to say that we do. Our main clientele consists of folks that are of a certain age, maybe 50 and up. And the reason why we focus on this population is because we feel that when the cannabis laws when cannabis became legal, these were the folks that needed more information, more hand-holding, because they are dealing with health issues, and everyone else is concerned with making money hand over fist, one after the other. These are the folks that needed more time to be given information on how to actually use cannabis for health and medicine. So yes, I feel like we do provide that service to this population. I would say right off the top of my head that we probably spend anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes per customer when they come in asking for information on what kind of cannabis to use.
Okay. And are you in a position to be able to catch up on your fees and your paperwork if you were to be given a 2-week reprieve?
Well, I have already submitted if you will, a catch-up report to Captain Glasgow and the interim chief Stratton, if I am saying his name correctly. I was waiting. I didn't know for what it was worth, but anyway, I sent it to them today, and I copied Ms. O'Connor on that.
Did you send that electronically, by mail, hand delivered?
By email, yes. And Ms. Chief Stratton has responded in receipt of that.
Okay, and are you in a position to pay the fees that are outstanding?
I am not in a position to pay that all in one lump sum. I would ask for a payment plan, as I did with the attorney's fees from before, that we have been able to pay off.
And so you did comply with that condition of that payment plan the last time?
The one for the attorney's fees, yes.
And do you feel like you have a good working relationship with your landlord? Do you feel like the two of you together can work together to try to find a solution to bring yourself into compliance? Or do you feel that at this point that you're at a stalemate and the only way that you're going to get through this is to change the rules?
Look, Mr. Grinrod and we have been working on it since, during the permitting process for 2 years now. Like I said in my first, 3 minutes, we come to a point where it, like you say, is kind of a stalemate situation here. And that's why I asked if this was feasible, if this was doable to do away with the requirement altogether.
Okay. I think that is about all the questions I have, except are you under the impression that regardless of what decision we make tonight, that you have an opportunity to appeal our decision to City Council? Or are you under the impression that once we make our decision, what is your interpretation of what happens after we make our decision?
I am aware of the ability to appeal, but I was not aware that there could be a follow-up, if you will, for lack of a better term, within the Planning Commission's department.
Okay, and I guess I would, after we're done with the applicant, I would like to hear from staff about, is this appealable to council or not? And that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Before passing your question to staff, whether this is appealable, I had heard that it sounds like a quarterly report has been submitted. So in staff's opinion, is condition number 20 satisfied now?
Bonnie, did you want me to take that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so today I did receive a quarterly compliance report from January through March and then April through June of 2022. And in reviewing the compliance report, it is similar to other past client compliance reports. And if we're following the same standard, then yes, it would be in compliance unless Ms. O'Connor does not feel if I'm missing something as it relates to the meat of this report.
I would only fill that out that this quarterly compliance reporting requirement is a condition of approval that the chief of police at the time suggested, and the Planning Commission included in the resolution as a way to increase the monitoring of the operator. So it's going to be up to the police's discretion of if they're in compliance. The only thing I will add is my understanding as the operator last quarterly report was March of 2021, and the quarterly reports that were submitted today only covered the first half of 2022. So there seems to be 3/4 of a year that isn't covered, but again, I'll leave it to police to address that.
I could add that based on the quarterly report that I received, giving the months that I have, they would be in compliant for the months in which I just received this report.
Right, and sorry if I'm not understanding correctly, but the next quarterly report would end in September, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check, do we need to close the public comment, reclose the public comment period?
Well, I guess, do any other commissioners have questions for the store operator? Okay, seeing no other hands, then I'll close this reopened public comment period. And while we're closing that, just to remind the commission, so tonight what we're considering is whether or not the store operator is in compliance with the COAs presented before us tonight. And then at a future public hearing, we will be determining the next steps. Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you, Chair. this may sound a little bit harsh. It's a very nice building, and I think Mr. Grindrod has done a really wonderful job with the aesthetic of the building, and that's not a question. But I do think that rules have reasons, and I think that the code tries to ensure that there's parity or equality amongst uses for everybody. As Mr. Murdoch said, there were other businesses that put a lot of effort into following their conditions of approval. And so while I understand the issue and I feel empathetic, I feel like the city has given a lot of leeway, but there's been a lack of communication and follow through. And the thing that really strikes me is that the city fees haven't been paid. I'm not sure that I see any evidence of good faith. And with that being said, you know, I go back to the initial question. We're being asked something that's binary. Are they in compliance? Staff is saying no. The business owner is acknowledging that they're not. I don't know how to make another finding. And I think we have to concur with staff's recommendation here. So again, while I appreciate local businesses, you know, I spent so much time on the EDC trying to help local businesses. I just don't see a way to make any other conclusion tonight. So that's where I'm going to come in on this.
Commissioner Wright.
I find it very hard to argue with Commissioner Hauser. However, it doesn't sound to me like the permit holder and the landlord understood the severity of and consequences of the decision that we're about to make. And I'm wondering if tabling this for 2 weeks to let that sink in so that he can understand that no window, no tenant is basically where we're headed with this. And see if they can't pay the fees in that 2-week period and come up with a more concrete plan in order to preserve the existing business. I would be in favor of that. I cannot disagree with Commissioner Hauser's appreciation of the situation. However, I do think it is in our power to table it until our next meeting.
Chairman.
Please, Mr. Murdoch.
Forgive me, Commissioner Wright. I think you were starting to speak again.
That's all right. By all means, go ahead. I'm interested in anything you have to say.
Thank you. Chair Berman, if you'd allow, I'd like to just read a brief email I sent to the permittee this last Thursday, August 11th.
Yes.
I said, hi, Anna, please see below for a link to the Planning Commission agenda for Monday. I recommend that you carefully review the staff report prepared for your annual review. City staff has recommended the initiation of proceedings to suspend or revoke your cannabis activity permit due to noncompliance with city requirements. This could have serious consequences for your business. And so staff did make reasonable attempts, I think, to advise the applicant of the importance and the potential severity of the outcome of tonight's item.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Commissioner Wright.
And I agree that staff is doing the right thing. I have no doubt about that, but there's more than one piece at play here. And I think that might be where some of the frustration is coming from. And I think there's the building owner's perspective, and then there's the permit holder's problem, and getting both of them to row in the same direction, I think has as they've stated, reached a point of impasse. And I'm having a hard time coming to the conclusion that there would be great public harm in giving them 2 weeks to try to sort through that and see if they can get rowing the same direction. That's just the way I see it. Otherwise, I do concur with staff, with Christian's reaching out to them to try to give them ample warning, and Commissioner Hauser's statement of earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. I'd like to say that given what we learned tonight about condition of approval number 20, I personally think that the permit holder is in compliance with that condition at this time. Commissioner Leal.
Thank you. I generally agree with everything Vice Chair Hauser mentioned around this being a binary decision, and it's whether they're currently in compliance or not. We can discuss the different conditions of approval that the previous planning commission and the applicant or permit holder now agreed to. But I am in agreement with staff's recommendation in the staff report this evening. Regarding this, given that you just mentioned it, Chair Berman, it's my understanding from staff that they still have not completed the reports from last year. So without trying to look at the compliance reports need to be submitted. It seemed like it's incomplete going back to the original date of the permit up until current date because there's missing reports from last year. If maybe clarify that.
Thank you, Commissioner Leal. No, I missed that. I had assumed that those were completed. Captain Glasgow, can you please clarify or just confirm? I'm sure Commissioner Leal is correct.
Yeah, he was correct. And that's why I specifically said the report that I have in hand covering those specific months are in compliance. However, he is correct in his perception or assumption as to the 2021 quarterly reports.
I see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Commissioner Leal. Commissioner Wright.
I do think it is also important to say that we, in a way, since this is the first one that we're reviewing, that it's important too that people understand that when we have rules out there and we need people to follow them, that we can't just change the rules for people, and that the enforcement will begin. And I guess that's kind of the position I find myself in, is trying to choose between giving them 2 weeks to come up with a better plan or finding them out of compliance. So that's where I am, and that I would like to make a motion that we table this for a vote for 2 weeks. If there's a second out there, that would be great.
I have a couple before we get into motions, just because I want to better understand kind of what the process forward would be if we considered a continuation tonight. So just visualizing, if we continued this item to a future planning commission date, then that certainly would give the permit holder more time to comply with the conditions. And then we would reconvene, talk about effectively the same thing that we talked about tonight. And then if at that time we determine, no, they're not in compliance, then we would proceed and the applicant would have, I believe, 60 days to then, or Mr. Murdoch, what would be the next step? Would we continue to a date certain, not necessarily 60 days in the future, and then determine what the next steps will be, whether suspension or revoking the permit or whatever it may be, and then the applicant has 60 days?
So the process that staff has identified requires first that the commission complete its annual review, and then as a potential subsequent component, the scheduling of the suspension or revocation hearing. And so the second step has a prerequisite that the commission complete the annual review. That could occur this evening, or it could occur at a continued annual review at another subsequent planning commission meeting. That's up to the commission. We would not be able to initiate the suspension or revocation proceeding, most likely without completion of the annual review process.
And then once we get to the suspension or revocation hearing, what happens after then?
So the commission would hear evidence as to the degree of noncompliance with the municipal code requirements and any conditions of approval and any other laws that that the operator may be failing to comply with. So it's a broader consideration of all factors weighing in favor of a potential suspension or revocation as they pertain to the obligations of this operation to comply with the municipal code, conditions of approval, and any other applicable laws governing their operation. And then the commission can decide whether or not to suspend or revoke the cannabis activity permit. And then that action by the commission would be subject to appeal to the city council.
And if the commission at that point were to hypothetically decide to suspend the permit, so the permit would be suspended until all conditions were brought into compliance, and then it automatically gets reinstated?
So I think the specific formulation of the suspension and conditions required to resume operation would be within the commission's discretion. So it could say you have a fixed time period suspension and then you may resume, or it's an indefinite suspension until you achieve compliance, or some other formulation. I'm not sure what the other options might be. So I think there's some discretion as to the sanction in the event of a suspension, for instance.
Okay, thank you. No, I wanted to kind of better wrap my head around what the differences would be between revocation and suspension of the operation. All right, Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask staff to clarify something that Commissioner Wright had said, because I think that the clarification is material in light of the motion that was made, because I agree that it's important to provide business owners with maybe, a first kind of warning. But my understanding is that before, Commissioner Wright was on the commission, this came to the Planning Commission in 2021, also not in compliance, and was given leeway back in 2021. And now it's about a year later and it's still not in compliance. Am I correctly remembering that?
And Ms. O'Connor, would you outline the chronology, please?
Yeah, so in September 2020, the operator entered a deferral agreement with the city. Execution of that agreement allowed staff to sign off on their permit and allow them to commence operation, with the understanding that they would apply for an amendment of their cannabis activity permit to formally amend the conditions of approval and have Planning Commission approve that. They did that, and that was presented to the Planning Commission in February of 2021. And that set the timelines for the window modification requirements and the payment of fees, which, as we've discussed, were missed. So I don't know if it's completely accurate to say that they were operating non-compliant without being in compliance from September 2020 through February 2021, because the deferral agreement that the city entered with them allowed them to do that operation.
If I'm recollecting correctly, Ms. O'Connor, did we ask the applicant if we were giving them enough time and room to make the adjustments? And they said that they had been given enough time?
Yes.
Okay. Given that history and what Mr. Murdoch has said, which I think jives, I don't know how the business owner would be able to pay $25,000, provide 2 more quarters of reports, get a permit for a window, order windows, which are taking 16 weeks, and install them by having 2 more weeks. I just don't know what that accomplishes. So I probably would not feel comfortable seconding the motion, but I really appreciate the spirit of it. And I know where everyone's heart is on this, because I'm feeling the same way, but I just don't know how I can get around the rules have reasons.
So Chair Berman, we do have a motion on the floor. I don't know if Commissioner Wright has his hand up because he wants to add anything, or if he is just still looking for a second.
I am still looking for a second. I did have a couple of additional follow-up questions. I was wondering, is there a variance application option to applicant or to permit holder? Are the can they transfer that license from one location to another? Because it seems to me that the landlord is saying pretty clearly that his building is not really good for this type of business. And how many other sites are there available in the event that the license isn't transferable? We have one other applicant that's in process. How many other sites are, when we canvassed originally, are more or less available for these new people?
So to your first question, Commissioner Wright, a variance is not an option to provide relief in this instance. As noted earlier, this storefront window requirement is not in the zoning code, where it may otherwise be subject to relief through approval of a variance. And so it's a compliance or non-compliance question. There's no discretion and there's no exception and no relief available in this instance. As to your question about availability of alternative locations, this permit is non-transferable to a different location. And so should this permit, for whatever reason, become invalid, either through lack of renewal or revocation by the city, the applicant would need to apply for a new permit for the new location, and all of the detailed review, including the security plan, storefront window, and other requirements would need to be evaluated for that new location. It may be possible for this same operator to obtain that permit in another location, but they would need to abandon this permit before applying for the other permit, because one permittee can only hold one permit pursuant to the Pacifica Municipal Code. And as to the availability of spaces generally, I would say overall there are relatively few places in Pacifica where this type of business would be allowed to be conducted. To start, they need to be located in a cannabis overlay zone pursuant to our zoning map. Then they need to comply with all of the applicable buffer requirements, including from preschools, K through 12 schools, et cetera, in addition to other locational criteria. And then the storefront itself would need to be eligible to comply with all of the municipal code requirements. And on that last point, there's been much discussion this evening by the commission of standards. They're there for a reason, and it's a question of compliance or non-compliance. Just to provide some context, I've been involved with the city's cannabis program since its inception, and there were numerous, I shouldn't say numerous, but I will say there's at least one cannabis applicant that I can think of specifically that wanted to operate a cannabis retail operation, but could not comply with the locational requirements. They ultimately were unsuccessful in getting a change to the buffer requirements, and they were not allowed to pursue a permit. That was just the outcome. There was a standard the city council adopted, and everybody had to comply with it. As an alternative example, another operator would not have been eligible due to the numerical limitations. They put the time in to engage the city council, and the city council amended the code to allow an additional operation in that overlay district. And so those are two examples, one where the standard was applied and there was a consequence for the standard for a potential operator, and another example where the operator engaged with the city council and sought the desired changes to the rules so that they could undertake their business. I'm not sure if this applicant has sought, to engage with the city council, but that's where the storefront window requirement could be changed, as Ms. Bizzano noted, by the city council only.
Okay, is it possible to ask the permit holder whether they are of the opinion that in 2 weeks they could have a concrete plan and pay those fees? Is that a direct question I can ask them? A yes or no question?
I believe we'd have to open up public comment again. And I'm seeing Ms. Bizzano nodding her head. I'm certainly willing to do that. Before I have a couple pent up questions that will actually help me determine if I'd like to second Commissioner Wright's motion. So I'm going to ask those right now. So considering a couple weeks continuation, so additional time for the applicant before we literally bring this item back to this commission, I'm wondering, the staff fees associated with preparing for this public hearing and then preparing for another public hearing, are those billed to the permittee?
Per our municipal code, we can collect fees for this work. We have not requested those from this permittee at this time, but we are allowed to bill for them.
In staff's opinion, if this were to continue to another public hearing, would those fees be subject to the permittee? Does staff plan on billing the permittee if there's an unforeseen additional public hearing?
We have no plan at this time. The annual review process overall is relatively unintensive for staff to prepare. Should there be some significant change in the nature of the review process or further analysis or information that would be burdensome on staff, we may need to consider collecting a fee, but at this time, there's no plan to do so.
Okay, thank you. And then going back down the hypothetical path, if we gave the permittee a couple more weeks, I'd assume that they still probably won't be compliant with COA number 9. I can understand that it could be possible to comply with COA 18 and 20. Is there any benefit to complying with a few more COAs when there's already a couple COAs that the applicant will not comply with, and then we'll have to go down the same path regardless?
I would say that the findings in the staff report would just be reduced to finding a non-compliance with the remaining COAs with a similar recommendation.
Okay. And then lastly, if we did not continue this public hearing and if the commission found that there's conditions that are not compliant, and then we move on to the next public hearing will be to consider suspension or revocation of the permit. If before that time, the permittee complies with all the COAs, then can we take that meeting off the agenda effectively?
Well, I think potential future compliance would be a matter to be determined by the Planning Commission and perhaps not unilaterally by staff. Mm-hmm. So I think should we proceed to the point where we schedule a suspension or revocation hearing, we would likely keep that hearing date, but likely achieving full compliance with the requirements would result in a staff recommendation to reflect that. And so perhaps, not to continue through with a potential suspension or revocation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Leal.
Thank you, Chair. I am ready to make a different motion than the one currently on the floor, but I don't know if I can actually do that right now.
We have to proceed with the motion on the floor first. So if the Planning Commission is ready to proceed with that motion, then we can ask for a second.
Commissioner Wright, would you like to perhaps restate your motion?
I would like to move that we give the permit holder 2 additional weeks to come into compliance with number 18 and number 20 and have a solid plan with the landlord's cooperation to become compliant with number 9 in the event that that would be my motion. As an aside, if we don't give them 2 weeks, I don't see any way that I can see myself clear to not vote them out of compliance. It's just a fact.
Commissioner
Chair
Wright.
Berman,
Oh,
Chair
go ahead.
Berman, just for the sake of the maker of the motion, the Planning Commission's next regular meeting is on September 6th, which is a Tuesday. That would effectively provide 3 weeks between tonight and the next opportunity to continue this
Can
item.
I restate my motion then to the next regularly scheduled meeting on the 6th of September, please?
Commissioner, I have a clarification question. So my interpretation of your motion is that you want to give additional time for the permittee to comply with a couple of the COAs, understanding and recognizing that one of the COAs at least will still not be in compliance, most likely. At that time, I guess, regardless, the same finding would be made, I'm guessing, 3 weeks from now.
Right.
Correct. That they're not
Then they would have a plan and eliminated 2 of them. They should be in the process of applying for the permit to come into compliance. And then during that 60 days before we consider the suspension or revocation of their license, hopefully they'll be able to achieve the coming into compliance to then make it moot at that time, sometime in October or November. That's kind of my goal.
Okay.
But it starts with 2 weeks for both the landlord to understand that he's going to lose this tenant, and for the business owner to understand the severity of the consequences of the decision we're about to make.
Chair Berman, just so the commission is aware, the applicant did file a building permit application for this window modification, and the city provided comments in March of 2021, and there's been no response from the applicant in that interceding period.
Thank you. Although I would like to personally give the applicant as much help as possible, I don't quite align with Commissioner Wright's kind of path forward. I think if we did continue this to September 6th, it's very likely that even though a thoughtful plan to be in compliance with the window requirement may be in place, it won't be in compliance because it won't be constructed yet. So although I would really love to kind of find another loophole, I think I'm more inclined to proceed as staff recommends, and I think Commissioner Hauser mentioned earlier. I guess having the motion on the floor, does anyone want to second it? Seeing no hands, I think we'll.
So that, Chair Berman, that motion would fail if there's no second. And we can proceed to another motion if a planning commissioner desires to make a motion.
Okay, so it looks like that motion fails. So we'll look for additional motions. Commissioner Leal.
Thank you, Chair. I'm ready to make a motion. Move to adopt the attached resolution to find that the annual review of the cannabis retail operation is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. To find that the operation of the cannabis retail operation at 450 Dondi Way, Suite 2, APN 022-021-640, authorized by Cannabis Activity Permit CAP 818. File number 2018-029 is not in compliance with the requirements of Article 48 of Chapter 4 of Title 9 of the PMC or the requirements of Planning Commission Resolution numbers 2019-031 and 2021-001, and taking other actions pertaining to a public hearing to consider suspension or revocation of CAP-8-18.
Is there a second? Commissioner Hauser.
I will second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Can we have a vote, please?
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner Leal,
Yes.
Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Moving on to continued public hearings. So our first continued public hearing is file number 2022-15, Coastal Development Permit CDP 440-22 to install a wireless detection system module onto an existing structure within the State Route 1 right-of-way at the northeastern corner of the State Route 1 intersection with Reina Del Mar Avenue, and erection of one variable message sign and associated improvements within State Route 1 right-of-way immediately west of an undeveloped property, assessor parcel number 018-140-700 in Pacifica as part of Caltrans State Route 1 traffic operation systems improvement project. Recommended CEQA action is not applicable, and recommended action is continue hearing on location 9-2 to the regular meeting of the Planning Commission on Tuesday, September 6, 2022. Staff, can we hear more on this item?
Yes, good evening again, Planning Commissioners. I'm Senior Planner Bonnie O'Connor. I would like to start by acknowledging that the staff report for this item, starting on packet page 99, is not in its typical format due to some error and is incorrectly titled as a resolution. Nonetheless, all the typical staff report information is presented. As detailed in the staff report during the June 2022 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission discussed the two proposed locations along State Route 1 in Pacifica associated with the Caltrans State Route 1 Traffic Operations System Improvement Project. At that meeting, the Planning Commission adopted resolution number 2022-015 to approve the portion of the project, which included installing a wireless detection system on an existing pole at Reina Del Mar and State Route 1, which was referenced as location 9-1. The Planning Commission continued the hearing related to the location for the installation of the variable message sign referenced as location 9-2 to today's meeting. Caltrans has provided materials to planning staff regarding alternative locations as requested by Planning Commissions, but required additional time to complete the materials necessary for Planning Commission's consideration. Therefore, staff recommends continuing this item to the regular meeting of the Planning Commission on Tuesday, September 6, 2022. That is it.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Does anyone on the commission have questions? All right, I'll open up public comment on this item.
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. I'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission for either questions or a motion to continue. Commissioner Leal.
I am ready to make a motion. However, I saw Commissioner Wright's hand go up as well. So I will, if he has any comments, I will defer to him.
I was either going to make the motion or second yours. I'm happy to second yours.
All right, with the chair's pleasure, I will go ahead and make a motion to continue the hearing on location 9-2 to the regular meeting of the Planning Commission on Tuesday, September 6th, 2022.
Thank you. And a second?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner Leal,
Yes.
Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So before we move on to our last continued public hearing, understanding that we might take some time, I'm wondering if any commissioners need to recuse themselves. And then also I would like to take a 5-minute break. Commissioner Leal.
Thank you, Chair. Prior to taking a 5-minute break, I will need to recuse myself from the next item due to ownership of real property within the Sharp Park specific plan area.
Thank you, Commissioner Leal. Commissioner Wright?
I'd just like to confirm that we still have a quorum.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, well, let's take a break. Let's come back at, a 4-minute break, 9:10. And thank you, Commissioner Leal. Have a good night. See everyone in a couple minutes. All right. I'll get started with introducing the last item on our agenda tonight. It's the continued public hearings, item number 4. Consideration of Sharp Park specific plan and recommendation to City Council. Recommended CEQA action, find adoption of the Sharp Park specific plan substantially consistent with the general plan update and Sharp Park specific plan final environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 2012022046. Recommended action is adopt the attached resolution to recommend City Council approval of the Sharp Park specific plan. Can we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Before we move on, can we just confirm we have a quorum present? I haven't seen Commissioner Godwin register on the screen yet after our recess.
Thank you. Commissioner Godwin, if you're there, can you give us a wave or?
I am here.
All right.
Terrific. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. I'm Acting Planning Director Christian Murdoch, joined this evening by our consultant Allison Moore from Diet and Batia. We have prepared a couple slides, which Ms. Moore will take us through to confirm one set of revisions to a key policy that's been the subject of extensive discussion by the commission, and then to have a follow-up discussion and some decision points on policies related to a particular piece of property that was discussed on August 1st. Ms. Moore?
Thank you, Christian. Good evening, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. As Christian mentioned, I will walk us through just a couple of issues. The first being mostly for confirmation. It regards some of the policies at Eureka Square and our justification for allowing ground floor residential at this site. This is to balance out the other policy requirements that are related to commercial development at the site. There is already a policy that requires an 0.3 commercial FAR and 0.2 of that commercial FAR to be an active commercial use at the 5.7 acre Eureka Square site. That 0.3 commercial FAR is the equivalent of what exists today. And we believe that this already, with this requirement for the 0.3 commercial FAR, this meets the intended goal for the site of balancing commercial with residential, and allowing that ground floor residential gives developers more options to make both components work at the site overall. And then while not included in the red line, the team has been contemplating the appropriate FAR increase for a project to qualify for the additional residential units of 5 dwelling units per gross acre, and the height of 5 feet. And we have landed on an FAR of 0.075 of the gross site acreage, changed from 0.1 of the commercial portion of the site. This change aligns with the density and intensity definitions as they are applicable to gross acreage of the site. And then the next issue relates to preservation of favorable features of the buildings along 1914 through 1926 Palmetto Avenue. Staff has developed 2 options. The first is embodied in policy 5-I-38 that represents maintaining desirable features, including materials, window treatments, and building form in new development. And the second option includes preserving existing buildings to the extent feasible in new development. So those 2 options there. These are some examples of maintaining desirable features. So to the left, this is from New England, and it replicates the wooden shingle and has the bay windows that are desired, but at a greater intensity. And then to the right, this is an example from Pacifica. It's a greater scale, but it has the same pitched roof and materials as the Palmetto building. So this, as I mentioned, is representative of the first policy, option 1. And then these next few slides show examples of how new development can incorporate existing structures in overall building design. These are a few from Sacramento. We can see how some of the building characteristics and they're preserved in the new design. And then we have also created massing models to show examples of how this second policy could be implemented. This example shows buildings that reflect the current lot pattern. It is 2 lots there. And then this one represents the consolidated lot pattern with one of the buildings removed to create some green space at the site here. And here's the 2 of them side by side for comparison. So I think what we're asking for this evening is just confirmation as to which of the options you think would best capture the desirable characteristics of these 2 sites. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Before we move on to public comment, does anyone on the commission have questions for staff or perhaps the items that Ms. Moore presented? We could, of course, go into further detail after public comment as well. Seeing no hands, I will open public comment.
There are no hands raised, Chair Berman.
All right, I'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission for questions. Commissioner Hauser.
Chair, are you anticipating that we go chapter by chapter like in the last meeting, or what was your vision for this?
I'm willing to kind of do whatever. I know I only have about a handful of questions and comments that I brought to the meeting tonight personally. If the commission likes the organization of going chapter by chapter, I'm happy to do that. What are your thoughts, Vice Chair Hauser?
I appreciate it because otherwise I feel like the questions kind of jump around. I personally think that this is something like I have questions and some clarifications, but I think they're sufficient that I wouldn't need to see another red line. Like I think that we can incorporate any last remaining things on my side, but I still think I have enough that it would be helpful to go with chapter by chapter.
Okay. One thing that I want to be sure, because I know sometimes when we go chapter by chapter, we lose sight of the items that Ms. Moore presents in her PowerPoint. So I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that, especially because we may come to a recommendation at the end of this rather than a continuance. In your opinion, Vice Chair Hauser, would you like to address Ms. Moore's questions within each chapter, and perhaps Ms. Moore can just kind of ping us like, okay, let's talk about this? Or would you like to review her questions right now or after we go chapter by chapter?
If it pleases the rest of the commission, I see Commissioner, I would like to go chapter by chapter, but I'm kind of open. So if Commissioner Wright feels strongly, whatever he thinks.
Commissioner Wright?
I'm wondering if the two of you seem to have come with a list of questions. What I'm wondering is, depending on the answers to those questions, do you think that you can incorporate whatever, shall we say, changes may be required in a motion that you make in order to forward a recommendation on to council? Or how are you envisioning the next step from here in light of your questions?
In my opinion, and Vice Chair, you could agree or disagree. I think what we talk about and deliberate on as we go chapter by chapter, there may be some small comments that we'd like incorporated, similar to what we did with the general plan. We hope that staff takes diligent notes, and then we can work kind of lump sum approach that we recommend these revisions be made. And with that said, we recommend approval. That's kind of how I see us going forward. Commissioner Wright?
Could I ask that as we do this chapter by chapter, that if we are intending to include any of those recommendations in our motion, that we be very succinct and clear about that in our instructions to staff taking notes, so that we make sure we capture everything when that time comes? Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I think what staff can offer to facilitate that for the commission is we will be keeping our running notes of the commission's discussion, and we can read that back once we get to the end. And perhaps in the context of a motion, we can read what those are and ensure that there's confirmation by the maker of the motion.
That sounds good. And I think it would be helpful. Also, just from experience with our recommendation for the general plan, there was an opportunity for the liaisons, at least, to review the staff report that will go to city council with the recommendation. And then if there's anything that was accidentally omitted, but then was included in the record, over YouTube meeting footage. I know that we did a small addenda. So is that still the case for this?
Yes, I would imagine the same opportunity to be available. So whichever commissioner ends up being the liaison could provide that confirmation and validation for the council at their public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then let's go chapter by chapter. So we'll start with chapter 1. Any questions or comments with chapter 1? All right. No questions or comments. So we'll move on to chapter 2. Any questions or comments for chapter 2? All right, no questions or comments for chapter 2. So now we're on to chapter 3. Any questions or comments for chapter 3? Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you. And I think this is where the bulk of mine are, though I had a couple in chapter 5. But, so starting on 3-9 in table 3.3, this one's really easy. It's under PSP. The density range is an equal sign instead of a dash. So that's like minor. But the bigger one for me is that we added footnote 8, which I think is well written. I just don't see it referenced anywhere in the table, and maybe I missed it. But I think it got crossed out as it got renumbered. So maybe we can add that as a footnote to the table title or something. Yeah, somewhere in there. And Ms. Moore, let me know if I can keep going or if you want me to wait.
Yep, go ahead. I'm just going to have this up just for our reference.
Absolutely. 3-11, under mixed use center, the last paragraph, which is, I believe, what the first of your 2 slides for tonight. I just noticed that the first part at the Eureka Square site, the minimum commercial, et cetera, that's new language, but it wasn't shown in red line. And I found another paragraph that was like that. Were there any other changes beyond the scope of what we discussed at the last meeting that were added or removed that were not red lines?
Forgive me, I have been doing manual red lines in InDesign, but this paragraph, this active commercial.
And I found one more, and I'm not worried. I'm not rereading the whole thing between last meeting and this meeting. I really was only paying attention to your red lines versus our comments. So I just want to make absolutely sure that we're like, what was added or removed was the scope of what we discussed. And there wasn't something that happened after the fact that staff proposed. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. So
okay.
What was added? Yeah.
Okay. So I think what we had talked about at the last few meetings was that residential uses are only allowed on the residential component of the site, not just ground floor residential. So I would remove the word ground. And then I think there needs to be a graphic that accompanies this and whatever goes to council. So I guess my question to staff is, where is this residential component of the site anticipated?
I'm not sure that we have that answer. The commission, I think, intentionally had avoided diagramming the Eureka Square site to specify where that would be. And I think left it more to a standards-based approach to provide flexibility for a future site design, if I'm understanding the question.
I guess. Well, let's think this through for a second. I'm a developer. I come to the city. I want to do just residential. And I say, it's all the residential portion of the site. How does staff say, no, it's not? Like, what's the mechanism by which we monitor that? Or how do we?
So the intention was this language that says any building or buildings containing a residential use shall be limited to no more than half of the site area. So that was the standards-based approach to provide that flexibility. There are other ways to go about it.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. So then that makes more sense. So just Ms. Moore, if you could delete in the last sentence, delete the word ground. Because again, residential uses are limited to half the site. So that makes that explanation also jives with this edit that I'm asking. So the last sentence should say residential uses are only allowed on the residential component of the site, and are only allowed once the commercial FAR minimums are met or exceeded. And then let me know when you're ready to move on.
Okay.
On the next page, 3-12, I thought that the footnote 8 that you had added to the table was so well worded. I thought that new red line maximum base height shall be 35, that paragraph. I think that when you have the last sentence, the planning commission may allow variations in maximum height at Eureka Square within the overall 55-foot maximum. I thought that was a little bit too nebulous. And so what I would urge is just reiterating what you had already stated in footnote 8. So after the parenthetical that says interpolated to the nearest 100, I would say at Eureka Square, base height shall be 45 feet with an additional 5 feet for every, 0.75 FAR increase in commercial uses up to a maximum of 55. And let me know when you're.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Hauser, can you tell me the footnote number again, the height? This one?
Footnote 8. No, footnote 8.
Oh, got it.
So just the idea is just to restate those restrictions rather than providing the kind of nebulous last sentence of variations.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. On page 3-13, I have no changes, but I would just note that the second to last paragraph on the left side should be a red line. And let me know when you're ready.
Yep.
Okay, 3-16, the bottom paragraph on the left side, you changed it to the 170 units, but it should be 171. 5.7 acres times 30 is 171.
Okay.
Okay. 3-I-1 at the last meeting, this is on 3-17. I asked if we could delete as well as on upper stories, except for active ground floor uses. I just don't think it adds to I think it confuses the policy.
So delete after the comment, except for active ground floor uses or building design features are required.
Yeah. Okay. On page 3-20, policy 3I-24. This should be reworded the same way as we reworded it on the last, on the paragraph in the meat of the document. So it should just say residential uses are only allowed on the residential component of the site once the 0.3 minimum FAR requirement is met or exceeded. So it's literally just, it's the same comment.
Got it.
since the text is from the last place. And then I have one more on 3-24. The last policy 3I39. I still think it's not worded in a way that's clear, although it's getting much better. So I had trouble rewording it myself, but I think this is an improvement. So provided that projects include at least one affordable unit to lower income households, comma, delete the word and, one unit affordable to moderate income households, and then delete projects that fall. And I would say, delete projects that, and have it say, and fall below applicability of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, are allowed all the following.
Okay.
And then at some point, and I don't know where the appropriate place is in this policy, I would make it very clear that this is based on the quantity of units, which is currently set at 5 units based on the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. And then the very last sentence here, I would say projects invoking state density bonus, or which contain a quantity of units that triggers the city's affordable housing ordinance, and then continue to, are not entitled to these modifications.
And Christian, can you confirm for me the number of units? I thought it was 8, but perhaps I'm misremembering.
The city's inclusionary zoning ordinance kicks in with a project size of 8 units or more.
Okay, that's just me being wrong.
And I think we had left the unit count off intentionally in case the ordinance changed in the future.
You know, Ms. Moore, I agree with that. And the reason I added, which is currently set at 8 units, like I had it linked back to the ordinance, but I had the current to make it clear to the reader what this is actually trying to say. If we can make it more clear, then I'm not really tied to listing the number. I just think it's hard for someone to understand. And that's all I had. Thank you, everybody.
On that last comment, I would be actually more inclined to include the number just to be on the safe side so that we don't capture anything smaller to make it then an unaffordable project if they need to have multiple less than market units to make sure that it's still attractive to developers to get what it is that our final goal is. And I'd also be interested to know if staff concurs and supports all of those issues. I see no problem with them, but I was interested in staff's opinion as well.
Well, I'll just remind the commission that this policy was meant to provide an incentive for affordable housing production. And then and only then would the additional height and density be allowed on this northern Palmetto area. So we weren't necessarily trying to incentivize and encourage this type of larger scale development, but it was thought of as an incentive to achieve the provision of affordable housing. And so that was the policy construct. Perhaps there's a different balance of those factors as more time has gone by.
Personally, and I'll defer to the rest of the commission, but personally, I concur with where staff's head is. It just, again, every time I read this, I read percent affordability, which I know is not the intention of this statement, but I only know that, Christian, because you guys made it so clear to us at the meeting and not because of the way the document was worded.
So I guess the other point, I'm not sure where we ended up in the edits with stating the specific number or referencing a quantity. Can we get clarification from the commission?
I'll change my comment to from what Commissioner Wright just said.
So I understood Commissioner Wright to want to include the specific number of 8 units.
That's correct. And I do support building a consensus around Vice Chair Hauser's suggestions in total.
Mr. Murdoch, did you need more time with this policy? Because I think we could also touch back on Ms. Moore's presentation while you perhaps look into this policy's wording a bit.
Sure. I think we may want to just have Vice Chair Hauser read again her initial edits to make sure I captured them correctly, unless Ms. Moore is confident that she captured them.
Commissioner Hauser, how about you just reread your initial comment?
So instead of reading what I struck, I'll just read what it turns into. So I have it saying, provided that projects include at least 1 unit affordable to lower income households, 1 unit affordable to moderate income households, and fall below applicability of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance are all allowed the following. And then the last sentence becomes projects invoking state density bonus or which contain a quantity of units that triggers the city's affordable ordinance are not entitled to these modifications. And then the last thing I did was I asked Ms. Moore to add somewhere that this is based on the quantity of units, which is currently set at 8 under the city's, based on the quantity of units as determined by the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, which is currently set at 8 units.
Thank you.
And I guess at this time, Ms. Moore, Mr. Murdoch, are there any go backs that you have from Commissioner Hauser's comments? No,
I don't think so. Just to recap, we have residential, or for page 311, residential uses are only allowed on the residential component of the site and are only allowed when commercial minimums are met or exceeded. We have restating footnote 8 for this paragraph here. No, this is actually footnote 8 was about
Wasn't there a couple of typos on 3-9 as well that she pointed out?
Yes, thank you.
So for 3-9, table 3-3, I had, there's an equal sign that should be a dash or a hyphen.
yeah, I think that's an underline of the, yeah, but yes.
I thought that too, but if you zoom in, it
Does it? Okay. Okay.
And then footnote 8 should be referenced in the table. The language is okay, but it looks like the numerical listing in the table may have been lost due to drafting.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I really appreciate us confirming. So yeah, my one question was about this paragraph here. This is actually about Eureka Square. This needs to be edited to reflect the new FAR increase of 0.075 that I had discussed in my presentation. But footnote 8 is actually about that last policy that we were just discussing, development along Northern Palmetto.
Oh, maybe hang on. Let me look at the footnotes again. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. I think it might.
I'm sorry, it's 6. You are right. And you asked me if it was 6 and I said yes. Or I said no, but you were correct. It's 6.
Okay, great. All right. This was noted as a change from last time. We had talked about just including Eureka Square as a major catalytic site. 171 instead of 170 units to reflect the 30 dwelling units per acre at the 5.7. Policy 3-I-1, delete except where active ground floor uses or building design features are required, just after this comma here. This policy should reflect what we have changed in the paragraph on the prior land use descriptions.
Yes.
And then we have our language that you just reconfirmed.
Fabulous. I think that's everything. Yep, that looks like everything.
Awesome, thanks.
And before we move on to Ms. Moore's presentation, to make sure we give our opinion on those, does the commission agree with the comments that were put forward just now? Are there any objections, I should say? All right, not seeing any hands. Everyone on the commission agrees with Commissioner Hauser's comments. So we can move on to the remaining items of this chapter. Ms. Moore, did we cover your questions from? Yep.
I think she's on mute.
Just confirming that that residential allowed on the residential component of the site is permitted as an option for developers to figure out how to get this mix of commercial and residential, and that it's contingent upon them providing the 0.3 commercial FAR. And then just confirming that our change for any additional FAR that a developer provides would be 0.075 of the gross site for the additional 5 dwelling units per acre and the additional 5 feet.
As long as, I mean, again, the last sentence, the changes that we made had this saying residential uses are only allowed on the resident, like deleting the first 2 words, adding the word only, and then adding once stuff is met. So I really appreciate how much this has evolved. And I think how much this will be in the spirit of what was actually intended by this mixed use designation.
Great. So that concludes questions that we have in confirmation for that portion of my presentation.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have comments on chapter 3? Okay, not seeing any hands. I think we have come to a consensus on chapter 3, so we'll send those to staff for updating before they likely go to city council. All right, chapter 4. Does anyone, before I ask my couple of questions, all right, not seeing any hands, so I'll jump right in. On figure 4-4, the Sharp Park specific plan line type outlining the plan area, the word area should be added after plan. And then I had a question. I don't think anyone from Public Works is here on the call, but just given the updates on the bike facilities along Clarendon, I have a hard time digesting the change of modes. It changes 1, 2, 3 times, and especially changing from a class 4 cycle track to a class 3 Sharrow, that's a super significant change. And it's going to be very complex and confusing to design. I wanted to know, well, I was hoping to know Public Works' opinion, but perhaps Ms. Moore, your thoughts on any concerns with the multiple changes of modes there, and especially at intersections. And this road is kind of heavily used. Are there any concerns there?
So I think one consideration for this is that from here to here on Clarendon, that's a one-way. And then it turns into a two-way here.
I guess, go ahead.
Yeah, and just that those recommendations for the class 4 and the class 3B, those are reflected in the 2020 Bike and Ped Master Plan.
Doesn't mean I agree with
Yeah, right.
but no, thank you. And you know, I'm not too concerned with actually that change in mode, because you're right, it is one way there. It's more the cycle track that will be under the in the underpass. And I guess here's another question. So in my experience, usually cycle tracks are one direction and the other direction are right next to each other. So cycle track is consolidated. Both directions are within the same, I don't know, 16 feet or so. The only way I could see this actually working is if these cycle tracks were on separate sides of the road. So they would almost look like class 2 bike lanes, but they would have the added vertical separation or barriers that make it a cycle track. I guess in staff's opinion, is that a logical, can that be, would the city accept that design of a class 4 facility as a class 4 facility, or would the city consider that just a class 2 facility?
I'm not sure that we can speak for the Public Works Department other than to refer to whatever the improvements were more thoughtfully considered in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan and carried into the Sharp Park specific plan.
No, that's fine. And my decision won't hinge on this. I am happy that we have indicated intersection improvements at each of the intersections along this road. Just for the record, I'm skeptical on the change of modes here and how that would actually work, but someone more creative than me can probably figure it out. So that's all my items on this figure. Moving on to figure 4-6A, also on Clarendon. I believe the arrows that indicate a one-way road between Palmetto and Lakeview, I don't believe that's one way. I think it's two-way there.
It is. We will need to correct that.
I'll just state a small preference that I have, but if it's too difficult to incorporate into the plan, that's totally fine. Given that these arrows in the diagram, I think in a different diagram, it represents a Sharrow elsewhere. If that's the case, I'd prefer to use the Sharrow symbol. But that's just kind of a preference thing. It's not a big deal. And then lastly, for this figure, at the title of the proposed cross-section, I I think it would be clearer if we just stated with class 3B bike boulevards. Or bike boulevard, I guess, singular. And then that is all my comments on this chapter. Thank you for incorporating. I know I've had quite a few comments during our last few meetings on this chapter in particular. Thank you so much, especially Ms. Moore, for kind of working with me and incorporating those.
And Chairman, could you just clarify where you wanted to see the Shero symbol?
It was, here, let me just find it. You know, it was when I wrote that down when I was assuming that that section was one way.
Gotcha.
But I'll take that comment back because I don't think there's any cross section that represents it as a Shero. I think those arrows are used as one way, which I agree with. So never mind. Does anyone else have any comments on this chapter?
So just to recap, we have adding area to the legend in figure 4-4. We have removing these arrows to indicate that it is two-way on the segment, and then adding proposed with class 3D bicycle boulevard to this part of the figure 4-6A.
Yep. Commissioner Wright, did you have your hand up?
I keep going back and forth on whether I want to say anything, but down there by the beach, a lot of times you kept bringing up things about the changes in bike paths there. And there's often a lot of distracted drivers looking for parking and not really paying attention to what's going on. And the thought that came to mind for me was, if we have distracted bicyclists with changes too, is that going to create a potentially dangerous situation, or is it staff's opinion that we're okay as designed?
If I understand your question, Commissioner Wright, I think the concern might be individuals backing out their automobiles and bicyclists perhaps not paying enough attention, and that type of vehicle bicycle conflict. Is that the concern?
Both people not paying enough attention, I guess. Sure, is what I'm saying. Because if you're looking around scanning for parking all the time, you're not really watching where you're going the same way as you probably should.
Right. Yeah, I understand the concern. I think, one element of my response is that by at least formalizing some of the bicycle infrastructure on the street, you can increase the visibility and awareness of those multimodal users in that space. Whereas, where there's not a designated improved bicycle way, you may be less inclined to notice or to think about bicycles, occupying that space. But otherwise, I think it's a point that's hard to plan around for that potential for distracted operators.
Satisfies my concern, and I support Chair Berman's changes to the chapter and appreciate staff's assistance. Thank you.
And Ms. Moore, remind me, were there any items to consider in your presentation for this chapter? I don't think so.
Not for this chapter.
No. Okay. So just once again, do any other commissioners have comments on chapter 4? No. Does anyone object to the comments that we talked about just now? Okay, seeing no hands and some thumbs up to go ahead. Okay, so the commission has come to a consensus for the recommendations for chapter 4. So now we will move on to chapter 5. Are there any comments on chapter 5? Vice Chair Hauser.
Thanks, Chair. This is the last chapter that I had comments in, and I only have a couple. Now I need to find them. I'm actually going to come back to page 5-9 because that's like more of a, but that's like a comment that maybe needs a little bit of discussion. Page 5-12, where it says incorporate, this is in DS7. I would just change that to incorporate projections. Like it says, and recesses, not a projection. I just don't think, we don't want just like one, we want it to look good. And then on page 5-16, I have that same comment in the policy. I think it's 5I43. And then in 5I 5I39 is what we're about to discuss. So going back to 5-9, for the sustainable landscape design, it said, so it used to say landscaping irrigation should use reclaimed water, and we changed it to landscape irrigation shall use reclaimed water, but then we added the words when available. And I feel like that doesn't really have enough teeth. So I was wondering how the commission and staff would feel about, instead of saying when available, having something that says landscaping irrigation shall use reclaimed water unless otherwise approved by the city engineer and planning director.
Yes, Vice Chair Hauser, I understand the concern. I think we were trying to reflect the fact that reclaimed water will not be available in all instances. And so there may be situations where either it's physically unavailable or from a permitting and regulatory standpoint, someone will not be allowed to connect. And so perhaps it's going at it a different way by building in how an exception may be granted. It might be more specific, I think, to your point.
Yeah. And I mean, do you want to discuss it now, Mr. Murdoch, just so that we have, I just don't want to like send it to council and then have them ask, was this, I don't know, like how do you want to deal with that?
Well, I think we should talk about it now and try to set the right balance that's of concern to the commission. And so whether it's identifying a specific official or body that can grant the exception or providing better clarity on the circumstances when it's not required, we should explore that now. For instance, landscaping irrigation shall use reclaimed water unless granted an exception by the city, as sort of a general process for that. Perhaps you could also add criteria for considering that exception.
If I may jump in, the way I actually interpreted the red line version, in my opinion, has more teeth than giving an opening to an exception, because the way I interpreted the way that I interpreted it was that when available infrastructure was there. So then therefore landscaping irrigation shall use reclaimed water when available infrastructure is present.
I really like that, Lauren, but what I see happening, and I've seen developers do this, is like it's not fronting their property, but it's 100 feet away. And instead of paying like $10,000 to do something that's responsible and drought tolerant, they say, well, it's not available because the property to the north of us hasn't extended it down their frontage yet, so we can't connect it. So I just don't want, I mean, we're in a really terrible drought in the, everyone knows where climate change stands, right? It's like, I really appreciate the thought. I wonder if there's a way that we could say that. And also
the only thing, because I take no exception to changing it to effectively be at Public Works discretion. The only concern that I'd have is then, even if the infrastructure is available in the right of way, an applicant could prove somehow that it's overly burdensome to connect to it, and then they just won't, and they'll work with staff to get an exception. So I just don't want it to backfire.
I mean, we could also say unless otherwise approved by the planning commission, but.
So, Chair Berman, I see some other commissioners want to weigh in. I just want to quickly add, again, this isn't simply a physical infrastructure availability, it's also a regulatory and permitting availability. And so whatever the construct is should be flexible enough to account for both eventualities. I think the commission also needs to recognize that this is a policy. It's not intended to be fully self-executing. And so in the review of a project, the staff can use some judgment to say, well, it's not directly fronting the property, but it's very close. And through a condition of approval, we will require that extension and that connection if we determine that it's technically feasible, proportionate to the project, and there's a nexus to this policy requirement, for instance. And so that provides enough flexibility to review the specific facts to achieve compliance with this policy, perhaps through conditions of approval, for example.
Sure, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Commissioner Godwin, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, we also need to get the approval of the water district. They're the ones that control the recycled water, so there needs to be a reference to them and needs to give I think the planning department a lot of flexibility, because I know, at least where I am, they just aren't interested in extending the recycled water, and it just blanket prohibited. And their solution is you can bring 100 pounds worth of cans and go to their tap at their main headquarters and fill up and come down and use their recycled water. Otherwise, they don't want to get involved. So I think we need to include them as well.
Mr. Bhatia, did you have a response to that specifically?
Yeah, thank you. So most cities that have reclaimed water, would require you to get an exception from the city based on an exception form you would fill out. And the exception form would typically, set criteria. Are you within 500 feet or 1,000 feet of a reclaimed water? And if so, why can't you use it? Provide us the reason. And the city then can decide whether to grant that exception or not. So the policy can simply say, shall use reclaimed water when available unless, so accepted by the city, and you would set the criteria later on when it's available as to, what the distances might be and so on. And those distances could change over time without us specifying that in the plan over here.
I think you have to include the water district, though, because they're the ones who control the recycled water here.
Correct.
As well as the city.
Yeah, when available, that's what it says. Yeah. Thank you.
Before I pass it to Commissioner Wright, was there a reason why we just didn't say landscaping irrigation shall use reclaimed water, period?
Well, I think that directive provides a lot less flexibility for instances where it may be unavailable. And then it becomes a question of policy compliance when there's no potential that the water may be unavailable. And we know that there are instances already through our discussions with the water district where it may be unavailable for certain users or in certain physical locations.
In which case, would an applicant then just need a variance that's approved by the Planning Commission? Which is kind of what we're getting at right now.
Seeing as this isn't the zoning standard, a variance wouldn't be a mechanism available to provide relief. These are policies, and as the commission knows, the city is able to weigh various policies to determine substantial compliance without strict or full compliance. And so perhaps just saying shall use reclaimed water is fine, but when you start using directive terms like shall and don't provide any mechanism for an exception, I think it boxes in the decision makers in a way that is pretty easy to avoid, in my opinion.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
I was just wondering if we should consider requiring, regardless of whether it's available at the street or not, for them to put in the infrastructure during the development process all the way out to the curb. So in the event that it does become available later in the future, it's an easy transition to the reclaimed water. In other words, do we want to build in something for future being more conservative with water, I guess? Did I make that clear?
I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Wright. For example, there's jurisdictions where if you're in the recycle water overlay zone, even though there's no recycle water infrastructure available in the right of way right now, developments of a certain size need to dual plumb their new buildings and then build the infrastructure up to a certain point so they could be recycle water ready. So I get what you're saying.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Mr. Bhatia, did you have a specific response?
Thank you. But just given the fact that we may not get recycled, water from a plant to out here, a simpler method could be to require use of gray water, which is now legal under the California Plumbing Code, and that's easier to use at the site itself because almost everybody has gray water, within their facility or the building. So that's another option.
Commissioner Godwin. Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, I think the gray water choice for bigger projects makes a lot of sense. I think encouraging things like rain barrels that you can do off your own house very, very cheaply for small projects, I think are good. But I think if you pre-plumb for irrigation and then don't use it, at least my limited experience with irrigation systems is they tend to require a fair amount of maintenance after 7 to 10 years. And the idea that you put in these pipes and they'd be good, in the kind of the medium term, I think is quite questionable. Or require the putting in pipes and then hope that they're functional in more than 7 years is questionable.
Commissioner Hauser.
I literally just had my irrigation repaired today because there were 4 leaks in it because gophers had eaten through it. So I concur with what Commissioner Godwin just said. I think, so while I'm a huge fan of gray water systems, I think that they're really cost intensive and they take up a lot of space in streets that are, if we're considering like a subdivision that's a private subdivision that may have like a 20-foot street if it's 2 stories or a 26-foot street if it's 3 stories, there's not really a lot of space for like, you've got your potable water, you've got your sewer, you've got your storm drain system, you've got your joint trench, and now you're supposed to have like space for a gray water system and have all of those clearances both horizontally and vertically. I think it creates kind of feasibility questions. But there is, purple pipe is in Palmetto. Like that's part of the impetus for like why we added so much of this. All of the bulb outs that are currently on Palmetto for those little planters are already fed with reclaimed water. So I think that the infrastructure is there. It would be great if we had it on Francisco. It would be great if we had it on Oceana. I don't know. I'm cool with the planning commission idea, but I'm also like, unless otherwise approved by the city engineer and the planning director, like I think it's harder to convince 2 different departments to sign off on that. And like, I would imagine that an applicant would have to have a letter from NCCWD that says, we don't have it available. We're not going to supply to you before both those staff members would sign off on not using it. I don't know.
So, Chair Berman, I just want to offer some perspective for the commission's discussion of this policy. I think it's well-intentioned and every drop counts in a drought. Realistically, looking at the type of development, the size of the sites, the footprints that we're talking about, I think the overall amount of landscaping is not likely to be extensive. And so I don't know if we're talking about a huge a huge need for recycled water, particularly for private developments. In addition, each of those private developments will need to install a separate meter off of the city-owned pipe currently. And so I think there are some practical and logistical hurdles to even making the connections, and then to what benefit for the private development projects. I think the overall amount of landscaping would probably be minimal.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Commissioner Godwin.
I have one last historical thing. When I was doing some work in Mexico and I was down there for several months, the pipes leaked so bad in the town I was in that the homeowners all put in cisterns, and they would only run the pipes a few hours a day and fill up the cisterns and then run the house off the cistern for the next, 22 hours or so. I don't know whether that idea is useful in this situation. We could put a cistern in someplace and run some irrigation off that, basically driven from, kind of a super rain barrel kind of idea, or whether that's completely impractical. You guys have more experience in that than I do, but at least it worked for one town in Mexico.
Although I definitely like that idea, I do know that Title 22 requirements are more stringent here than Mexico, at least for the building reuse of gray water. Well, I guess my opinion, I'm really open to several of the verbiage that we talked about, whether we keep it as when available or when infrastructure is available, or if we change it to be under the discretion of the planning director and public works director. I'm okay with either of those personally. Commissioner Wright?
There was that mention of within 100 feet or something. Do we want to give any consideration to some kind of limitation like that? If there's gray water, or if there's purple pipe available within 100 feet, it shall be on reclaimed water?
I like that, but I thought the concern with that was that the water district might not always have a permit available. So that it because that's what I was thinking too, was like, okay, well, if it's within 500 feet, then they just have to do it.
So do we want to say within 250 feet and water department approval?
So Chair Berman, my recommendation would be to keep this language very flexible. As Mr. Murdoch mentioned, this is a policy. It's not the mechanism that we're going to use to implement the policy. It's the policy itself. And so usually the language is sort of high level, aspirational, what we would like to see. And that would be executed through other mechanisms like the zoning code. So I would recommend leaving it as is with maybe just a few tweaks in words, but not putting a distance requirement in this language.
I would agree with that too, because it also could come back to bite us if, we don't choose a long enough distance. So I am leaning towards either keeping it somewhat as is personally, or revising the last sentence of this policy to be unless approved otherwise by the planning director and public works director. Anyone else's opinion? Vice Chair Hauser?
I'm leaning towards the staff. Option. But I would love to see that there is an ordinance that gets updated to actually reflect this, so that there is a mechanism by which to really enforce this. I don't know if just stating that for the record. Because even though these are small landscape areas, every job does count. Like it adds up, and it's not prohibitive to install reclaimed water. Like if it was 10 years ago, I would say this is really hard. People have to get a permit through the state. You don't have to do that anymore. It should be really easy.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. Any other thoughts or opinions on, I think we're kind of considering two different options in the verbiage here. All right, then I'm inclined to agree with Vice Chair Hauser's slight inclination for, I guess, what Ms. Moore has written on the screen. All right, Vice Chair Hauser, did you still have comments on this chapter?
No, that was it. I think the only thing we have left is Ms. Moore's last slide.
I did have one quick comment. Figure 5-1 just needs to be updated to be consistent with Chapter 4 updates, specific to the bike infrastructure.
Okay, and then we have our two options for how to preserve desirable features along these two Palmetto parcels. Please let me know if you'd like me to pull up my slides again.
Unless anyone's currently reading the policies right now, I'd like to see the slides again, if you don't mind.
And Chair Berman, while we're pulling those up, just back to the recycled water policy, I'd prefer for that exception to specify the city engineer as opposed to the public works director, if that's acceptable to the commission. It's not always held by the same individual, but the city engineer, I think, is the relevant official.
I agree with that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Not seeing any hands waving, so okay, I think that's accepted.
So just going back to the slides here. Option 1 is about incorporating elements of buildings. We can modify this. But to include materials, window treatments, and building form in new development. And then option 2 is more about incorporating the actual existing buildings in new development with the compatible scale and integration. And so we had mocked up what some of the massing might look like. This reflects the existing lot configuration. And then this reflects lot consolidation.
One initial question to kick off the deliberation. With the hypothetical idea or design of developing buildings behind these buildings, would that, because these lots are so small, would that violate the FAR potentially? Or are there any concerns with the amount of landscaping? I know that'll come in the zoning ordinance, but especially because these are such small lots, I'd worry that if we make them keep an existing building and then they put the new development behind those buildings, if there's any issue there.
Well, I'm not sure we've done that level of refinement in our analysis. I guess my initial reaction is that to whatever extent those much smaller buildings in the front are required to remain, it should allow for a greater proportion of FAR in the new buildings in the rear without exceeding the FAR limits for the sites. So
I'll add that the maximum FAR overall is 2.5. So even if half the site was existing commercial, that would still be 2. You could have on the back, which would be 2.5, and that's 4 stories.
So I think that would be.
It's feasible as long as it's feasible to design.
Chair Berman, I think there may be potentially other requirements that may be more challenging. I think FAR is we've demonstrated, feasible, providing parking, providing other types of standards and landscaping, daylight playing for the rear of the buildings. Those are potential challenges, and certainly constraining basically the front half by preserving those buildings would add to the design challenge.
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like some commissioners have something to add. So Commissioner Wright?
In my contemplation of this, I wasn't thinking about preserving the entire structure, only the front structure of this, and incorporating some of those elements into the design of the new feature. So perhaps that could offer some more flexibility from a design perspective to be able to make projects more feasible that would accomplish all the goals of both preservation and development.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Vice Chair Hauser.
Thanks. I totally concur with what Commissioner Wright just said. Ms. Moore, can you go back to the policy options? So I was actually, when I was going through 5I39, I had changed the word buildings to facade. So maintains the existing facade along Palmetto. And I would be totally open to doing that. The more I think about this, I wonder if we take the spirit of both of these and somehow kind of combine them so that you keep 5I-38, which doesn't have a lot of teeth to it, but has the aspirational qualities that we're looking for, but don't keep the restrictiveness of 5I-39. Instead, just add on some sort of layer of the fact that, alterations to these particular addresses would need to go through design review, regardless of whether they're SB 330 compliant. Probably most of them would have to go through design review already, but I just how do we make sure that we still have discretionary design review on these three particular buildings? I don't know if that's appealing to anyone, but if Ms. Moore, if you could go to the next slide where it's Scrape in the Fog, and then the building next to it. I think the building next to it does a really good job of trying to accomplish kind of what we wanted, but getting that scale that I think we're hoping for in a more effective way. I don't know if that made sense or not.
That makes sense to me, and thanks, Vice Chair Hauser. Yeah, my interpretation of, I guess, the policy as it was written was that the buildings would remain. So I think we need to change that first sentence. Mr. Bhatia, did you have something in direct response?
I fully agree with that, because when Deviki and I were working actually on that rendering that you saw, we anticipated the back half of those buildings actually coming out. There was no other way to put a bigger building. So I think the policy, as we're reading on the slide, should say that maintains the existing scale character, of those buildings, as opposed to the buildings themselves, or the scale and character of the building frontages, is what I think we're after. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, I talked to a few folks in Sharp Park that had some historical interest since our last meeting. And I didn't find anybody who was really interested in saving these buildings. I mean, I can get behind something about the facade, I guess, of saving part of those because they're interesting designs. But I just don't think there's widespread community support for saving the whole building or saving anything other than some design elements of the buildings, and certainly no historical value for doing or the buildings aren't seen as being of historical value. So I'm much more inclined to go with 5 by 38.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm gonna just reiterate, I think that's fine as long as we find a way to create a mechanism for design review for these 3 buildings instead of having it go through Housing Accountability Act where someone can literally like knock it down and have a 3-story super modern project as long as they're consistent with the land use. I don't know, Ms. Bizzano, if I don't know if we could even do that.
Well, I mean, they have to be consistent. I mean, they have to have objective design standards for projects that are predominantly residential, which these would be, but they also have to be consistent with other policies in the specific plan. I mean, it isn't like you can just do the objective design standards. So is there a way to articulate that policy in here to say what we are after? I mean, I think we need to communicate that clearly. Is it facade preservation? Is it a scale and character issue? What is it that we want to see happen here? And that should be clearly expressed, you know, given the fact that these are not, you know, historic, resources. So the commission needs to come up with a clarity as to what you're after here, you know, for these blocks. Is it the scale, character, facade, buildings, or what? And I think we should capture that as a policy area.
Commissioner Wright.
I too share the concern of making sure that this does get the appropriate review to make sure that what we are talking about does get implemented in a way that is consistent with what we're trying to accomplish here. As to how to do that, I would lean on staff to help us sort that out.
I also want to add, I think it was Commissioner Wright that brought up the idea of trying to somewhat consolidate the 2 policy options that we have before us. I kind of like that idea. And it's not like we're talking about a blanket policy that applies over the entire Sharp Park specific plan. We're talking about policies that are specific to certain addresses. So I think kind of the idea is put forth in both the policy options, I can agree with. And then also kind of taking some other thoughts. Do we want to add something that brings this to the commission? Is that overly constraining? Vice Chair Hauser.
What if we added the requirement for a conditional use permit on these 3 structures?
Not if they are going to be predominantly residential, and then they have to, I mean, if they're going to be commercial only, then you can do that. But under the State Housing Accountability Act, if they're going to be predominantly residential, then those uses cannot be conditioned. But there can be policies in here that require them to do certain things from a design perspective, and that direction is clear. And whether it gets implemented at a staff level or does come back to the commission is a different matter. Yeah. So I think what you should focus on is articulating what you want here, as opposed to the mechanism that'll get you there. Yeah.
I mean, I think the problem, I think what you're hearing us say, Mr. Bhatia, is that we just want the discretion to review it to confirm that it is consistent with like some of these historic design thoughts. And that if not, then we're falling back to this facade, maintaining the facade. But we're kind of doing that because the discretion has been taken away from the city in that regard. And I think the other part of this is like, we have throughout this document, we have design standards that I believe the intention is for those to become our objective standards. I think those are the like G policy, or no, not the G policies, the DG policies. So maybe we have to like make very clear a list of those objective standards pertaining to this area. And probably pertaining to all of Sharp Park, like we probably need to be more clear on what our design guidelines are. I think we can do it quickly now though. So I don't know what the quick answer is. I think we should be able to figure this out now.
So to Mr. Bhattia's point, I think it's important to remember that simply adding a discretionary review process no longer is the means to fully accomplish subjective design review. What the law requires is that the city does not use standards other than objective standards as a basis to deny or to condition a project to be essentially infeasible. So the commission should put some amount of effort into identifying some objective requirements for purposes of what's most important about these buildings that should be conveyed. An objective standard would be to keep the buildings, right? And then to incorporate development behind it, right? But that's not, I think, that's one extreme example of how to achieve the desired outcome. The other is to have very specific objective design standards that the city would be able to enforce through the project review process. Given the timing of where we are in this process and the level of specificity, we may end up somewhere in between. And so this is a good start, but not sufficient ultimately to achieve those objectives.
Commissioner Wright.
Could we try to skin that cat a different way by saying that they need to preserve the facade of the building, or get an exception to that rule in working with staff in bringing it back before us for approval?
Right. To me, that's an objective standard. If you were to require, let's just say the front 10% of the building or something along those lines to ensure that the facade was retained, and then providing an exception process, perhaps for something else that's maybe less than an objective standard. I'm not sure how Ms. Pisano feels about the city's ability to then deny or condition a project on that exceptions basis or the alternative basis.
Yeah, I mean, they're always able to, for any of these objective standards, if they're not able to comply, they always have a mechanism to come back and appeal to the planning commission or undergo design review. So that 2-track process would always be available as a safety valve in any case. Yeah.
Vice Chair Hauser. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Bazana. Did you?
I was just going to chime in and say that I think that Mr. Murdoch's suggestion of setting the objective standard that they maintain the front facade would be appropriate.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hauser.
Okay, so I really like what everybody is saying. It's like the right path. So I think.
Sorry, we didn't hear you. Can you start over?
Oh, so can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I really like what everybody is saying, and I think we're finally going in the right direction on this. So I love this idea of these buildings shall be required to keep the front facade unless otherwise approved by the planning commission. In order to be considered for an exemption by the planning commission of the requirement, they have to qualify with several things. And we could say gable roofs, wood shingle or comparable siding. And then go through all of the things that we want. I don't know if that's too much work for right now, or if we just leave it as unless otherwise accepted by the planning commission.
I think I like where that's going as well. One thing I want to add is that the development behind the facade needs to incorporate like materials and features. Yeah. Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me too. But my concern is about if the new developer changes the scale and wants to build a much more substantial building, and it's in compliance with the plan, can you really just maintain the facade as it exists, or are you better off saying the character of some of the components of the building or elements of the building or something like that would give a new developer a little more flexibility and yet still keep the spirit of what we're trying to do?
Mm-hmm.
I think from my perspective as well, one specific challenge when considering a future building is that the future buildings quite likely will be multi-story mixed-use buildings. And so prescribing a particular roof design, like a gabled roof, might present a unique challenge if you were to want a multi-story mixed-use building, which otherwise would be consistent with the Sharp Park specific plan.
Vice Chair Hauser?
Okay, I totally concur with that too. So what if we had one policy that said these particular buildings shall maintain the facades unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission? And then you went back to the historic design. And added what Chair Berman said about any additional buildings would maintain the quality, like the materials and the siding and the spirit of those facades. And then you went back to the historic design policy, and maybe we turn that into either that is the historic design policy that stays just as it is, and we add an objective standard policy, so a design guideline policy, or we just amended 5I38 and that became the objective standard. And that way we could accomplish both, where those particular three addresses are covered in one place, and we get in Chair Berman's material cohesiveness. And then we can start maybe being more clear on the design guidelines within this document now.
So I think one approach for the commission to consider is again, maybe focusing on a single policy that applies along Palmetto that achieves a lot of these desirable characteristics of these buildings to require those elements to be incorporated. But I think one way you can make that an objective standard is to require, new buildings shall incorporate at least 3 or 4 or whatever the number is of the elements of the 1914 through 1926 buildings in terms of materials, window treatments, whatever those criteria are, window design, et cetera, so that they can demonstrate that they've incorporated a particular element, a certain number of those elements, and it's an objective standard, but also provides some flexibility and discretion to choose what makes the most sense for the future building.
Vice Chair Hauser?
Chair Berman, I don't know how you feel about this, and I'd love to hear how Commissioner Ray and Godwin feel about this too, but I really like this idea of keeping the facades unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission.
I like that idea as well. I like that it has unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission, because I could totally see a development just not being able to incorporate proper design while keeping the facade. Yeah, I guess, but then touching back on what Mr. Bhatia said previously, I mean, could they concession out of any Planning Commission or public hearing requirements?
The concessioning out only applies for affordable housing projects, so I don't think we should try to think that that's going to be the most, obvious course for most projects. Yeah, that's going to be an exception rather than the rule. Yeah, I like Christian's idea of trying to systemize it to say, we're not just picking on these sites or these buildings or something like that. But it's a policy that applies and that says that for buildings that are of a certain vintage, regardless of whether they're historic or not, they're of a certain character or style, and we can define what those are. You'll maintain the facade unless so exempted by the Planning Commission. So I was going to ask, are there any other buildings besides these three along Palmetto that you want to see this policy apply to? And you can list those here, yeah.
Thank you for noting that. Commissioner Godwin?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with what Christian has said as you pick out a short list of elements, 3, 4, whatever it is, and insist those are incorporated into new buildings of whatever their scale. And I think that's something we can measure real objectively. And I think that would be easy to enforce and make work for the developers. I mean, allow the developer to build a projects they're comfortable with simultaneously.
Commissioner Wright?
I would be in favor of making a more exhaustive list than 3 or 4, but say that they would choose X number of a range of these preferred things if we were going to define it. Although I do personally prefer a little more flexibility and using more sweeping terms like character, style, characteristics, things more to that effect to give us more discretion later.
Mm-hmm. I think, and I'm not as experienced as many on this call, but I think allowing the flexibility will probably result in a nicer design. If we're going to be too prescriptive with too many things, we may be creating a Frankenstein of the site that we don't end up liking. Commissioner Godwin?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Commissioner Wright said it better than I was trying to get to the idea of here's a list of things you can pick from and pick 3 of them or something and include them. I didn't want to restrict them. You must include these particular 3 regardless of what your concept of the new building and your design is. So I think that's definitely an improvement to what I was saying.
So I guess kind of breaking things down a bit, putting the kind of options of characteristics aside for a second and jumping back to maintaining the existing facade, does the commission somewhat agree with incorporating that, I guess, requirement?
Yes.
This policy? Okay, so we have a yes. We have some head nods. Okay. Okay, so direction to staff. If we could develop a policy that incorporates maintaining the facade unless approved otherwise by the Planning Commission, or however Vice Chair Hauser stated it. I think it was well stated. Vice Chair Hauser?
My only request, Chair, is if we're going to broaden this so that it's facades along Palmetto and not specific to these buildings, that we do somehow specifically put these addresses in here. So, examples of such buildings, like adding a parenthetical or a sentence itself that says examples of such buildings that would qualify under this requirement are 1914 through 1926 Palmetto.
I think my understanding was that we're going to keep the addresses for these particular sites, but then Mr. Bhatia just noted that if there's any other facades, any other addresses that we'd like to maintain, we might want to consider adding them to this policy.
That's my top preference, so that sounds great.
Okay. I know I'm on Google Street View trying to remind myself of what all the facades look like right now.
There's the plant like the living plant building that's pretty nice, but it's kind of by itself. That's the one that's north of the block with dial glass. What street is that? Mr. Murdoch, what is the street that Raymond's is on? Do you remember? Oh, it's just north of Carmel. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, Raymond's, I think, is just north of Santa Maria Avenue. But I think the building you're describing is maybe at Paloma.
It's the one that is right next to the new market that opened.
It's south of Paloma.
That's like another one.
1909, perhaps. I don't know if that's different.
Let me look on Google. Yeah, it's 1909. Again, I feel like this kind of fits the bill, but I don't. That one, it doesn't like. I'm not as attached to it as the other three that we've been discussing, but it does fit the character and it has that same roof line, and it looks to me like it was probably done by the same developer.
So here's what I've captured so far directly on this point. For the 1914 to 1926 Palmetto properties, require that existing building facades are retained unless granted an exception by the Planning Commission, where the project at a minimum incorporates 3 of the following elements from the existing buildings: siding materials, window design, window detailing, proportion of facade area as glazing, and single door access. And so I think some of those, like the window detailing or proportion of glazed surface area, are also transferable to this 1909 Palmetto building, for example. I think that's one of the very nice, desirable characteristics: the amount of glass, the transom windows, et cetera, that, as well as some of the fenestration and detailing around the window trims. And so perhaps there are other desirable elements, but those ones really speak to me.
And Mr. Murdoch, sorry if I missed it. Did you incorporate the complementary requirement to maintaining the existing facade, that development behind the facade maintain the same or similar materials and character?
I did not specifically capture that, but possibly that policy is expanded to say these same elements shall be incorporated into the design of new development on the site.
Yes, that sounds good. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Wright.
I just wanted to add, besides those 3 structures, is it possible to add in a little verbiage to say and or other significantly valuable, and I don't know how to put it, but in other words, other buildings of similar character quality. In other words, other important older buildings that meet the same reason that we're attracted to these, that meet that criteria? Or do we have to be specific about every single one?
Well, because these buildings they're not historic resources, then it becomes open to interpretation as to what is it that you're after. So that's the reason I was suggesting to have either you list specific buildings or you define the periods, or something that's more directive later to staff and to the developers. Yeah.
Right.
And
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I agree entirely that we shouldn't leave it vague like that. We should very much narrow the scope of who this policy applies to in terms of addresses. And to Mr. Bhatia's point earlier, if there are other buildings that we know of that we want to include, we should do that now. And I'm sorry, Mr. Murdoch, I apologize for.
No, thank you, Ms. Pizzano. So with respect to that concern about other buildings, I think there is currently flexibility provided in 5-I-38, which is a broader policy than 5-I-39. And 38 does allow inspiration, if you will, of heritage and character from other buildings of historic age to be incorporated into the design of new buildings. And this one specifically, it lists 1914 through 1926 Palmetto, but it's not limited to that. And then there's the property specific policy in 39 that addresses these particular buildings that are of importance. I think it's important to maybe reflect on how we got here. I think it was in response to public comments with specific interest about the 1914 to 1926 Palmetto buildings. We already had this policy 5-I-38 about pulling in the historic design of desirable buildings, if you will, in the neighborhood. So we should focus on what issue that the commission's trying to address, which was, I think, concern about the loss of the buildings at 1914 to 1926 Palmetto.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Before passing it to Vice Chair Hauser, I just realized I was under the assumption that we were also including the 1932 building, which is the one directly on the corner. It's the white building with the blue trim. Is that not intended to be in this policy?
Well, I think the intention is to address all three. I think there appears to be an inconsistency with the addressing on the buildings as compared to what the assessor parcel information system has for their addresses. And so we'll have to figure out the best way to reference these three buildings.
Would you be able to make note of that? Because also I want to make sure that this policy doesn't accidentally include the building across the street, which in my opinion, I don't particularly like the facade. If Mr. Murdoch, you could just make note of that to make sure this is finessed as needed. Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you, Chair. So one of my comments when I was going through this on this particular policy was that we should add a photograph of those three buildings. I know we have it at the forefront of this chapter 5, but it should be specifically added and referenced here. And I agree with Chair Berman on the across the street building. We should not be encouraging that one. And then there is another building that almost fits the bill, but doesn't. And I know that when Westpac reviewed this, they looked at that building specifically and came to the conclusion that it didn't quite meet what they were looking for. And that's down on Palmetto and Pacific, right across from Recology. There's the building with the Fog Center cannabis shop in it. It's got the addresses 2278 through 2286 listed on the facade. And even though I really I think that the roof lines here are consistent, I think that it doesn't fit with the additional policies in the specific plan. But because it does still have that historic architectural look, I wanted to make sure that we got on the record whether or not this was one that the commission felt would be a good one versus not. I think it's probably a not, if I'm just because of the way the entry works.
So this is not a historic age building, but I think it's maybe a good case example of how those elements that we're striving to define might be applied. And so you have a large amount of glazing, a lot of window detailing and so forth, but perhaps, not incorporation of the right facade materials, for instance, to achieve the full character that the commission might be striving for.
And Christian, what do you think of the weird, the entry under a building?
I think they were probably responding to the design challenge of providing off-street parking. This is perhaps another case study in the relevance of off-street parking and the pros and cons of providing it or not relative to the building design, where fully a third of this frontage is a driveway. And this is a larger than typical site, or a wider than typical site, I should say.
Mm.
I think the site would be a good address to use if we kept policy 5I-38, I think it was. with the redlined edit, providing addresses that are examples. I feel that that address would be a good example. I don't know about the feasibility about maintaining the facade of that one. That seems challenging, but
the character and some of the design elements, though, you could preserve.
yeah. Mhm. I like the aesthetics of that one.
Well, let me ask the commission, is there anything that would be accomplished by including that last building we looked at that wouldn't be accomplished by simply focusing on the three original buildings we've been talking about? We're just trying to provide the design examples, right? And so did that building bring anything new to the list of desirable features that's not already encompassed in 1914 through 1926 Palmetto?
I think the incorporation of a balcony that's different.
The possibility of cantilevering a little bit also is a little different. Incorporating some of the roof line aspects in a flat roof scenario on the facade side has some value.
So at this point, it seems like the commission might be extending beyond historic age building architectural features into more general design criteria, which is fine. It's just a different discussion. And I think we need to center that and root it in the right context.
Commissioner Wright.
Getting back to Christian's earlier question, I guess I would be inclined to say that I think these three buildings that are currently being shown are sufficient examples of what it is that we're trying to accomplish. That would be my answer to his question.
Thanks, Commissioner Wright. I could get on board with that. Mhm. Vice Chair Hauser.
Would it be possible, Christian, to see, like, to share the text that you are considering writing so that we can see it? Is that a possibility?
Sure. Let me just put it in maybe a more presentable fashion.
Format, yeah.
Just need a moment to do that.
While Christian pulls that up, just kind of gauging time and wondering if any other commissioners have other comments on chapters 6 through, is it 8? If I recall, 6. Yeah, 6 through 8. No. Okay, so this is probably one of the last major items we'll talk about tonight, I'm guessing. And Ms. Moore, are there outstanding questions from your presentation, or was this the last one?
This was the last one.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wright, did you have something while Mr. Murdoch's pulling up that text?
Exactly. I was just wanting to take the temperature from my fellow commissioners. If you think that we're after conclusion of this item, if you think we may well be ready to move on towards completing our task with the Sharp Park plan and making a motion in some direction or not.
Commissioner Godwin?
I am.
I am as well. And I saw a thumbs up from Vice Chair Hauser.
And I am on the same page as well.
You guys are on the last issue. That's so exciting.
I know.
I appreciate the flexibility that I'm reading in this. Thank you, Christian.
And Ms. Bizzano, any thoughts or observations as we're trying to also consider this policy against the backdrop of SB 330 and other laws focusing the city on objective standards for project review?
I'm reviewing it now.
In the meantime, Vice Chair Hauser.
Thanks, Chair. I had one, I think this is really well written. I had one clarifier to the second sentence. Instead of projects that do not preserve the existing buildings, I wonder if we can say projects that receive the exception not to preserve the existing buildings shall at a minimum. That way it's clear that the only way to not preserve is to go through the process.
Vice Chair Hazard, does that accomplish your intent?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's not like by right that they automatically get granted an exception if we make the finding that they've done 3 of the following items. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think
that was the at a minimum part though, wasn't it? To give us that flexibility.
Yeah, that's, yes. I see exactly what you're saying. Honestly, Commissioner Wright, what I'm doing, and I shouldn't maybe be so self-deprecating, but what I'm doing is thinking, okay, I'm a developer. How do I get around it? And I'm trying to figure out what I would do and fight against it.
I like it. Keep it up.
I think this is perfect, personally.
You have my support. I do believe we need to hear from staff attorney though.
Just another reminder, Christian, to confirm the address, the way that the addresses are listed. I wonder if to make it explicitly clear, instead of using the dash in the addresses, perhaps we just use commas and list each address. Then we can incorporate the 1932 property.
Mm-hmm. And it addresses your concern about the building on the east side of Palmetto.
Yes.
This is Denise. So the concern I have is that the language says to be eligible for consideration of an exception. I would like to suggest rephrasing it to say something like an exception shall be granted if a project meets the following, at least 3 of the following elements.
But that takes away our discretion. That was my concern with that. How do we do it where it doesn't take away our discretion? Like what I.
But if it meets 3 of,
yeah,
if it meets 3 of the elements, then it should meet the Planning Commission's desire to maintain the facade, right?
No.
Yeah, no.
So that's my concern, is that you're using language that is a bit subjective in terms of the phrasing in the second sentence.
And what is the downside of that?
Well, we're trying to draft it so that it's an objective standards. And so like I said, I would just rephrase it to be that they will meet the exception if they satisfy 3 of the criteria or 4, whatever the planning commission wants to do.
Sorry if this brings us back a couple steps, but then I guess should this be split into 2 separate policies? One policy is that these addresses need to keep the existing facade unless granted an exception by planning commission. And then another policy states development, I guess, I don't know.
So Ms. Bizzano, I think what you're hearing is like, if you think about like a Housing Accountability Act project, and like the idea that we have like no discretion unless we make findings that it conflicts with public safety. You know what I mean? Then we end up with these projects that look like, you know, barracks, and they're not aesthetically pleasing. But I understand what you're saying, right? Which is that for it to be acceptable and not challenged by a court, it has to be, or not challenged in court. Sorry, it's really late. I'm not speaking very clearly. In order to make it an objective standard and not a subjective standard, it needs to actually fit criteria. So I think, can we do what Chair Berman just said and just leave it as the first sentence, period, as one policy?
The first sentence?
Yeah.
And then the second half of what's written would be a separate policy.
I'm unclear what is gained by splitting these into more than one policy.
I just thought maybe it seemed like tying the 2 statements of this policy may be interpreted subjectively. So I think going out on a limb thinking that we could separate them.
I certainly would value Ms. Bizzano's opinion. I think to whatever extent there's subjectivity that would invalidate the policy, that would be an issue, whether it's one policy or 2 policies. I think the subjective component may not withstand scrutiny if it's not properly constructed. And I think logically for the user of the policies, it probably makes the most sense for them to be integrated into a single policy if possible.
I like it as one. I like it as written. I'm just trying to understand where the subjectiveness is. And I was wondering if it's trying to tie these 2 statements together makes it subjective, as in if an exception is granted, then in order to be eligible for that exception, these items need to be incorporated. And perhaps I'm just not following this.
So
right.
The subjectivity comes. I'm sorry, Commissioner Godwin, please proceed.
Sorry. I think we're being a little too clever if we just get rid of the to be eligible for consideration of an exception not to retain existing building facades and just say a project shall at a minimum do and complete the rest of it. I think we get to the same place in terms of policy, and it's a lot cleaner and a lot more objective. Because obviously someone can ask for an exception. So that's what I would do. Well, no, I'm just saying get rid of those words from starting with.
I guess Vice Chair Hauser, does that
start there?
Does that address, because I know you had concerns and you wanted to incorporate.
That addresses my concern because it doesn't guarantee that an exception is granted. So, I mean, I think it's a really good edit, but I don't know. I mean, I understand exactly why, Ms. Bizzano, you're making your comment.
I like that change.
What did Christian just add? Okay. The minimum appropriate
One
lease.
of the things that I find odd about this is that it ties the planning commission's hands, right? You're not compliant in terms of facade. You're with the planning commission, but then you're telling them that you will be found compliant if you do the following. In which case, why does it need to go to the planning commission?
That's my issue with it. But what Ms. Bizzano is saying is that so for it to be like, I see why the comment is being made, because it has to be an objective standard in order to not be susceptible.
Well, the objective standard is that you will retain the facade, right? You're not able to retain it. You go to the planning commission, but then you're in for a design review at that stage. And it doesn't have to be, the planning commission should not be limited to saying, did you do 2 out of these 4 or 3 or whatever, right? I mean, at that stage, you're just doing a design review in totality. There should be some consideration as to what's driving the design review, you know, what the ultimate objective is. And then what you're saying is that, you know, in reviewing the design, the planning commission, you know, because it's before you only because they're not able to retain the facade, right? Not otherwise. And then in reviewing the design, the planning commission shall take into consideration, you know, the materials, you know, the window design, window detailing proportion, and so on. And that's only in case where the facade is not being able to be retained, yeah. It doesn't have to be objective and it's in front of the planning commission, yeah.
So I think what he's, Mr. Bhatia is saying is maybe we could rephrase it to say that the planning commission, in determining whether an exception shall be made, the planning commission shall consider, you know,
Siding material, window design, and so on. Perfect, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, you can just pull all of those from that sentence above it, the paragraph above it, yeah.
I know that we're like discussing like far more important construction issues, like sentence construction issues, but at some point I would love to add roof lines to the list of.
Commissioner Wright, I think you had your hand up.
I think Commissioner Godwin had his hand up first.
Okay.
No, I'm good with these improvements. I'll just lower my hand.
We can take out the in order to be granted an exception in the middle, Christian.
And also has incorporated 2 of the 3 or whatever. I think the planning commission shall consider, and you can just go to siding materials from there, yeah.
Commissioner Wright.
Okay, along with Vice Chair, I was also considering, is this list inclusive enough? If we look at that picture of those 3 buildings again, is that list exhaustive of what it is that we find attractive about that building? And do we need to say anything in addition to that, that in the event that we don't approve it, that they still need to, the default position is preserve the facade? In case somebody challenges it in court and we lose, and then the default, they would give the judge a place to go with the default position.
I'm sorry, was that Commissioner Wright?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was trying to read and listen, so I missed. What was your question?
Is there a way to incorporate that no matter what, as a default position, we preserve the facade.
Well, I mean, you could deny them the design,
But let's suppose they challenge that in court and they beat us because they say that our standard wasn't specific.
No, I mean, to preserve the facade is a pretty objective standard. I mean,
Yeah.
that is it.
I agree. And that's, that's we can't prevent somebody from ultimately suing the city. I mean, we do the best we can in drafting these policies to meet the requirements of the law. But I mean, I think like we've said, this is an objective first standard. The existing building facade should be retained.
And then the consideration piece, I really liked where it took out the 3 number. That gave us the flexibility we were looking for. So does the rest of the commission feel that this delineates all of the features that we find charming about in the character of these 3 buildings?
Can we add roof lines?
I would support that.
Sorry, stepping back. I'm reading this as less flexible. Is that what we're trying to get at?
I think it says that we're going to consider these things. I didn't say that. I don't think it said that we're going to incorporate them.
In determining whether an exception shall be granted, the planning commission shall consider whether the project has incorporated. The planning commission shall consider it. At a planning commission meeting, the planning commission can take it into have it be a consideration item, but then doesn't make a determination. The only determination would be the exception.
And should these elements be considered for incorporation in the design? Otherwise, it's saying that we need to incorporate all of them. And I don't think that was our intent.
Well, I think or other desirable architectural elements deemed appropriate by the planning commission makes all of these an or.
Okay.
I think.
That last sentence makes me a little nervous, though.
I like the very last sentence.
Me too.
Well, when you say an appropriate combination, you don't need or, right? You want to say and, or is or okay?
I think or gives us more discretion if because I don't know, single door access, I see why it's desirable on these, but if it becomes a building of greater scale, or if there's an assemblage and it's a use that requires a double door by code or, I don't know, what if we get a really great furniture store and they need a double door?
Commissioner Hauser or Vice Chair Hauser, can we say and other similar desirable architectural elements?
I like that. Yeah.
Or would describe it could describe a whole different set of design elements, right? So that would be my concern, is that if you say or other desirable architectural elements, you open up the universe of architectural elements. But if you say and other similar, maybe not desirable.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah.
I mean,
because I don't know
I'm
who's
okay
desiring it, but
I'm okay with that if we get rid of single door access. But I want to make sure Chair Berman is also okay with it, because I think that, well, I'm okay with it.
Do we change it to door access instead of saying single door access?
Well, all buildings need door access.
But it would be similar door access. It wouldn't, the same trim treatment, for example, around the door, and whether it's a 36, a 42, or a double door.
No, I see what you're saying.
You know, is it?
Maybe we just say door and door trim, or door header. I don't know. I don't even know what to call that. I'm looking at the middle building with the aqua colored door header and the little corbels.
Do you want to expand it to window and door detailing? And
Yeah.
each of these window references, window and door design.
Window and door detailing, I think, works well. I don't know. Commissioner Wright, you're the construction expert. What do you think?
Well, hold on. I'm scrolling for my pictures of these buildings that I have in my phone. And I wasn't paying enough attention to what you're saying as I was looking for the pictures. I would say door treatments, maybe. I don't know. I would defer to staff on that because I haven't found my picture yet. So, and I don't think I'm going to.
Yeah, I like that window and door treatment because it's not specific to either design or detailing. I think it reflects more of the overall design quality of it, and it's a little more ambiguous as well as to what treatment means. And you've got the proportion of facade, right, which basically captures every kind of a subjectiveness in it, the proportion of facade, because that's proportionality is in the eye of the beholder. So I think there is enough ambiguity in there for the Planning Commission to work with. I do like the city attorney's suggestion about and other desirable architectural elements, yeah, and other similar desirable architectural elements, yeah.
We're getting close.
So, Kristen, I think we're saying change the or to an and now. If Chair Berman, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think it should be and.
I don't think we need to say deemed appropriate by the Planning Commission because that's implied, right? I mean, and other desirable in planning, it's the Planning Commission that's doing the review, right? So they need to deem it appropriate, yeah.
So it's redundant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question, and this is where I'm just getting stuck, and it's probably just because I'm wondering if it could be open to a different interpretation. In determining whether an exception shall be granted, does that explicitly imply that the Planning Commission will grant this exception if some of the following are addressed?
It's the totality of all of those are addressed, in my opinion, yeah.
Okay.
Do we want to add a line that says at the sole discretion of the Planning Commission, an exception can be granted?
Away the objectiveness and makes it subjective again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to.
It's an appropriate combination, yeah. So I think it's got it in there, yeah.
I wouldn't recommend adding that language because the Planning Commission is the one making the decision. That's clear from this statement. And also, it implies that the council wouldn't have discretion to review on appeal, and that's not accurate. So I wouldn't want to say in the sole discretion of the Planning Commission.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty, I mean, a Planning Commission can say, I see everything in here, but the combination is inappropriate and thereby I'm denying it. I mean, it's very clear it's an appropriate combination of those elements. You can do everything you want, but the design doesn't hold. And you can just say that's inappropriate in our opinion, yeah.
That's a really good point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, inherent in the ability to grant is the ability to deny.
Obvious we have the right team here. Thank you.
I have a weird one more weird question. Is the intent here, now that I'm reading this again, I thought the intent was to keep the existing building facades of these three buildings. But the way it reads, it kind of leaves the door open for like the existing building facades shall be retained. And it then asks, us to take elements from those three buildings.
No, so they will not come to you if they retain the building facades. They don't come before the planning commission.
Right. I guess,
Only
sorry,
in the event they cannot, yeah.
What I'm saying is, should it say the existing building facades of 1914, 1922, and 1926 Palmetto shall be retained unless granted exception by the planning commission? Like, should we repeat it so it's clear that it's just those three facades? Because the way this reads, it could be extrapolated to.
Oh, I see. So you're concerned, Vice Chair Hauser, that the title wouldn't be read into that first sentence.
Right. I think the way Mr. Murdoch now has it on his screen is explicitly clear. Is everyone okay with that? That makes me feel happier.
I'm good with it. But I guess there's one other consideration I just want to give here, and just let me throw this out here just to play devil's advocate. Let's suppose it's 50 years from now and these sites have never been developed. These buildings have fallen into complete state of dilapidation. And the people that are sitting in our chairs have a very different opinion about the value of these now dilapidated buildings. Have we tied their hands?
I think we can amend the specific plan.
Okay.
I mean, 50 years from now, I would assume there are going to be amendments.
Okay.
That's a good point, though. We're so close, Commissioner Wright. We're so
yeah, I didn't mean to throw. I just wanted to. It's been how long since we did a new general plan, and it's like, well, what if we do the same thing again?
Well, I think Commissioner Wright, the same thing could be said about any directive policy that's in the specific plan. You know, yes, you're tying future decision makers' hands for however long that plan is in effect. And as Vice Chair Hauser mentioned, as those community values evolve, plans should be revisited and amended to update and reflect those evolved values.
Okay, that satisfies me. Thank you.
And I would say, and Mr. Bhatia can chime in, but in my experience, specific plans get reviewed and updated more frequently than general plans, but maybe he has a different experience than I do.
Yeah, they do. And I think there is enough in here to find leeway in case, I mean, it doesn't say what those materials shall be, right? It doesn't say to replicate those materials. It's saying an appropriate combination of those components is what the design review, will focus on. You can very well say that we think the aluminum shingles, that are done in this snazzy way ultimately achieve the same objective of relating to the street, but in a contemporary fashion. And that would still be compliant with this policy, I think, in my mind. So I don't think it's tying anyone's hands, very much in terms of either architectural style or specific materials, but it's pointing to the building components that you'd be looking out for in doing the design review, yeah.
Christian, is there any concern with developers maintaining the existing building facade and not renovating? For example, 20 years from now, if someone develops these sites, I'm sure there needs to be some sprucing up of the facades. It's implied that a developer would properly do that if they kept the existing facade and therefore didn't have to come through planning commission review, or at least the planning department would require it, right?
So as a general matter, pretty much any project that would occur on this site that would be seeking to preserve the facades would also be coming to the Planning Commission for approval of a coastal development permit. It's just that they wouldn't be seeking an exception pursuant to this policy. More specifically to the maintenance issue, property maintenance is an implied obligation of property owners, and where they fail to maintain their property, it could constitute a public nuisance, and the city could intervene to require maintenance of the property. So I think there's already a safeguard there for the degraded condition scenario that I think you're sensitive about, Commissioner or Chair Berman.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I am happy with this as written. Vice Chair Hauser.
So I'm happy with this as written, and I just wanted to put my hat in the ring again for adding the picture in this section. And then my last question is, do we want to extrapolate any of these items, siding materials, window and door treatments, et cetera, into the historic, into the 5I-38, the one above?
Ms. Moore, would you mind sharing that policy again if you're available, please?
So examples include, and then have the list that Christian just wrote instead of just materials, window treatments, and form of buildings.
So it would say siding materials, window and door treatments, proportion of facade area as glazing, roof line. And then I'm not sure, Vice Chair Hauser, if you also want to go on to and other similar desirable architectural elements.
No, I think this is sufficient. And I wonder if like this policy says incorporate elements of historic age buildings, such as 1949 through 1926 Palmetto, into new projects to impart heritage. And that way we've extrapolated this as like design guidelines for the whole like block, all the blocks of Palmetto. Or actually the whole Sharp Park specific plan.
I think you're looking to list, 1914, 1922, and 1926, specifically by address again.
Just to give some sort of link to like making this one again more flexible, but also giving some context. Like, what is a historic age building? You know what I mean? And yeah, someone could then be smart and say, well, the next policy seems to think that these, but it doesn't specifically define it anywhere. So I think that helps give guidelines.
Are there any additional comments on this in particular? I think we reached a consensus. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I think we reached a really great conclusion here.
This is a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other comments for Chapter 5? No. Okay. Seeing no other comments for Chapter 5, we reached a consensus on this chapter. And does anyone on the commission have comments for Chapters 6, 7, and 8? Seeing no hands, I'll say that the commission does not have any additional comments on the remainder of the Sharp Park specific plan. Does staff need to go back to any previously stated comments? Nope. Okay, great. Commissioner Wright.
I think with the women on our commission that did the large part of the work, I think it should be their honor to be the people who make the motion and second it. And I would move that you two do so.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. No, I think everyone did a fabulous job with this. And I personally am so thankful that we were allotted the amount of time that we were given to really thoroughly review this plan. And I think we came up with a terrific plan. And I think most of the work was done by Mr. Bhatia and Ms. Moore and Mr. Murdoch and your team. Just so much assistance from everyone. And Ms. Bazzano, I know your team has put a lot of effort into this too. So thank you all around. Vice Chair Hauser.
I just wanted to, this feels like an appropriate time to like harken back to when Councilmember Beckmeyer and I were walking around Francisco and Palmetto, like handing out flyers to please come to the meeting at Little Brown Church to give, you know, to do all those boards. It just feels like a really like wonderful celebration of all of the hard work that everybody, including all of the members of the community that showed up to those meetings, have put into that. So, I mean, I'm willing to make the motion, but Chair, you haven't made one in a while. If you want the honor.
Then I have to find it. No, Vice Chair Hauser, please make the motion. I'll be happy to second it.
You got it. Okay. So, with the red lines or the edits that we've discussed tonight, I move to adopt the attached resolution to find the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the Sharp Park specific plan be substantially consistent with the plan evaluated in the general plan update and Sharp Park specific plan final environmental impact report, state clearinghouse number 2012-022046, certified by the City Council on July 11, 2022 for purposes of complying with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Recommend that the City Council approve the Sharp Park specific plan SPSP, including any amendments incorporated into the May 2022 draft of the SPSP as identified by the Planning Commission, and incorporate all maps and testimony into the record by reference.
And I'll second the motion. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Berman.
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Yes.
Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Yay.
Yay, great.
You're here.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Before we move on to commission communications, I'll go ahead and read this. Anyone aggrieved by the action of the Planning Commission has 10 calendar days to appeal the decision in writing to City Council. If any of the above actions are challenged in court, issues which may be raised are limited to those raised at the public hearing or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. Judicial review of any city administrative decision may be had only if a petition is filed with the court not later than the 90th day following the date upon which the decision becomes final. Judicial review of environmental determinations may be subject to a shorter time period for litigation, in certain cases 30 days following the date of final decision. And let's move on to commission communications. Are there any commission communications? All right, no items, then staff communications.
Thank you, Chair. I want to report back that Commissioner Wright served as the Planning Commission's liaison last Monday, August 8th at the City Council meeting, wherein the City Council considered an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a temporary safe parking program coastal development permit for the Francisco Boulevard location. The City Council engaged in extensive discussion and deliberations and ultimately continued the public hearing to September 26th. And so we will need to appoint a liaison at the next Planning Commission meeting to carry forward that role for the Planning Commission. Also on that City Council meeting on August 8th, the City Council approved the Housing Element Community Engagement Plan. And they made some tweaks to that plan to make it more expansive and inclusive, including requiring a third community meeting as well as a citywide postcard mailer. And so staff is working hard to finalize all of the details from implementation of that plan. And so the community should expect to see some information from the city in the near future on the Housing Element Community Engagement side of things. And then lastly, I want to announce that today we had a new employee start in the planning department, Elizabeth Brooks. She previously worked for the city of Pacifica and has returned in a new role as a management analyst, serving the planning department and the city manager's office. And so we are thrilled to have her back, and she brings the whole suite of skills that are sorely needed in the planning department. And so she's going to be instrumental in helping to execute that community engagement plan and a variety of other work. That's all I have. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Christian. All right. Any other items? Commissioner Godwin, I saw you went off mute. Or perhaps, would you like to make a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Motion and a second. Can we have a vote, please?
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner Wright.
Yes, and thank you all.
That motion passes unanimously.
Great. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Good night.